Welcome back, watch people. Well, what a night last night was. Sunday night I did a marathon. I think it was almost a 4-hour live stream, during which Oisin and myself lost our tempers with each other at times. It wasn't pretty, it wasn't pleasant, and I've got to tell you straight, I take no pleasure in talking down to anyone. I take no pleasure in being involved in any drama, and I took the decision overnight to remove the video, which probably wasn't the best idea. I'm going to put the video back up. It's coming up in a moment, so you can see it in all its ugly glory, if that's the right expression. I've spoken briefly with Oisin this morning, and I wanted to give him the chance to have feedback on whether he wanted the video to remain live. My view is that neither of us ultimately came out of it with any credit. You know, I think arguing like a couple of schoolgirls is not to anyone's benefit, probably only the trolls that either dislike me or Oisin. It only really gives them the food that they want. But look, ultimately I think the vast majority of you decent people out there deserve to see what was said and what went on. I certainly have nothing to be ashamed of, and I don't regret anything that I said, and I'm sure Oisin feels the same way. I just really don't want the grief, to be honest with you. It's not where I want to be in the YouTube space. One thing I will say is this latest spate has come about again by me trying to help people, and whenever I try and help someone, or not whenever, but a lot of the times when you try and help someone, it ends up exploding in your face. And I've got to come to a decision soon, and you guys might be able to help me with that. A lot of people, perhaps wrongly, look at me as being some kind of watch YouTube policeman. That I am not. I've never wanted to be. I've always wanted to help people and warn them of any potential problems in the community. But when you're faced with catch-22 situations, damned if you do, damned if you don't, it's very difficult to deal with, especially when you know that whatever decision you make, certain sections of the community are going to attack you and use that to their advantage against whatever you've done, whether it be right or wrong. So I've got to come to the decision whether I'm going to continue to try and help people of different scam victims, robberies, etc., or whether I step aside and let people who want to tell me that I've done it wrong, maybe they'd like to put themselves forward and volunteer to do the job on my behalf. It would be a great pleasure if someone would step forward and say, Paul, don't you worry, the next time a problem comes up, put it at my doorstep and I'll deal with it free of charge in my own spare time. That would be beneficial to me. But ultimately, you know, re-watching the video last night, I'm not happy at all about repeating things about Oisin that I don't really want to repeat. I don't even really want to think about. But, you know, tempers get flared. You say things that, you know, really perhaps are best left, a skeleton is best left in the closet, you know. And I want to make it public that I don't bear Oisin any real bad feelings. You know, look, it's clear that we're never going to see eye to eye on some things. And, you know, I get that. I get that. I genuinely wish him all the best for the future. I'm sorry that we're no longer friends. I'm sorry that he feels that I let him down. But on the other hand, if I hadn't have let Oisin down, I would have been accused of letting Nico down. So again, I was put in a no-win situation that whatever happened, I couldn't possibly come out, you know, smelling the roses. It was never going to happen. So I'd prefer not to be in those positions in the first place. So maybe a message of mine today before you watch the video is, guys, all you people out there in the watch community, from now on, if you've got a problem between yourselves, please don't come to me to sort it out. I prefer that you sort it out yourself, and that way my life will be a lot easier. I try very hard for everyone, but it don't always work. Right, sit back, and the first portion of the video is relating to the issue with Stefano, Watch Wizard, and people that he owes money to. And then Oisin comes in onto the video later on. If you want to skip forward to that, please feel free to do so. But it's probably best if you watch the beginning of the video so that you've got the full story. Right, guys, that's it. Thanks for watching. Speak again soon. Welcome back, my wonderful watch people, and welcome to a very special edition of the Watch People's Watch Show. First of all, can you just confirm that you can all see and hear me? Because at the moment, I can't see any. There you go, 162 already in the house. So, as I said, it's a very special edition of the Watch People's Watch Show tonight. And it's going to tackle the latest issue to hit the watch space. And as always, I'm going to try it and be as fair as possible and just, you know, tell it as I see it. And I'll be happy to take any of your questions as they come along. I've got a couple of guests tonight. I'm going to introduce the first one, who is OC. Good evening, mate. How are you? Good to be with you, Paul. Appreciate the invite. Thank you very much. One of the reasons that I wanted you to come on tonight and wanted you on the show is because you probably, for me at least, I mean, I may be wrong, but you are the man that initially alerted me to this issue. Roughly when was that, do you think, OC, going back? How many months was that? That was probably back in the March or April timeframe of April 2022. So almost as long ago as that, almost a year ago, really. Okay. Yeah. And that was right around the time that also probably right around that time, the whole Nico Oisin thing came to light, that whole internet YouTube drama with the wizard Stefano in the middle of it. Yeah. Okay. So as I said, that's one of the reasons that I wanted you to sort of like almost co-host the show with us tonight, because I know that, you know, your opinion is going to be, and your knowledge is going to be helpful during the show, but probably more importantly, we've got an actual victim of the issue that is here to speak to us as well. Now, I'm going to bring him on in just a moment, but I always want to be fair to everyone, and I never like to speak about people unless they're given the right of reply or unless they have got their chance to put their side of the story. And on that note, we're going to be talking about a gentleman tonight who I've met 2 or 3 times on other live streams. Never met him in person, but was always very gentlemanly when I spoke to him, and always a very pleasant character. His name is Stefano, and I believe he now resides in Canada. Stefano, if you're watching, I think you've got my number, because I do remember you texting me once. I couldn't find yours this afternoon. But you're welcome to come on the show and have your say. If you WhatsApp me, I will drop you a link to the show, and you can come and put your side of the story. But for now, we're going to introduce SLC Watch Collector. Good evening, mate. How are you?
Hey, good evening, Paul. Thank you for the invite.
It's absolutely, well, I say it's my pleasure. I wish we was meeting under better circumstances. Yeah. OC, I'm going to let you take over at this point. What have you? What would you like to say to start off with? Yeah, well, just SLC, thank you for coming on. Tell us a little bit about your participation in the watch community and how you got started with your watch hobby.
So I'm an avid watch collector. I love watches. I've been in the community for a few years now. Avid across all platforms. Love watching all the watch content and love collecting watches. So my background in watches, preferably kind of focused with Rolex and Patek are my 2 brands, and kind of well known for those pieces. So that's
going back how many years?
So 5 with the high horology. I'm 18, 19 with other brands as well.
And given your username, I think it's safe to say that you're giving away the fact that you're in the Salt Lake City area.
I am giving.
You've doxed yourself. You've doxed yourself.
Oh no.
Yeah. So and then, how many pieces do you have in your collection? And you said primarily Rolex, but give us a few examples.
Rolex and Patek. So currently, right now, 5712, 5167, 5170p, 5960, 5235.
What a collection!
And then Rolex. Platinum Daytona is my newest acquisition, and then obviously stainless steel Daytona is Pepsi. So quite a few different pieces.
And you've been in the watching videos and content from people in the YouTube space, watch related content creators for quite some time.
Of course, and it saved me through some of those troubled dark years. It was really fun to get into the community and meet a lot of really awesome people. So yeah, it's been. I have.
You want to name channels by name? You just some of the content that you regularly consume.
Sure, yeah, if that's okay. I love obviously the guys. Gentleman's Hangout is one of my favorite go-tos. All those guys are really close friends. I love watching Tim. So watch Tim forever. I've watched a little bit of the Archie stuff too, but it gets a little too drama. I'm not a big drama guy, but like to hop on and watch that every once in a while. I watch Paul all the time, and all his videos, and Roman and all those guys. So I watch it all.
So what's your story, mate? Tell us your story. What's unfortunately, why are you here this evening?
Unfortunately, I'm here because I've had a bad watch purchase. Also, just want to go and start off. I transact with quite a few watches, so I'm buying and selling pieces quite a bit. So I'm a fairly seasoned watch buyer. This isn't something that I was just surprised with, not knowing what I was doing. I've had a transaction. I was offered a piece that was a piece that, unfortunately, I purchased a lot of watches through my local AD, but it was a piece that had been discontinued, and I wasn't able to get. And at the time, I was very interested in, which is the 5711 blue dial. And a particular year, 2020, Hacking Seconds was my big draw to that particular piece. And I was offered this piece from Stefano. I don't think he quite knew that I was it was a piece that he kind of came out and just said, "Hey, I know SLC wants this." But when I was offered that, I was very interested. So that was back in May, around May 18th.
May of 2022?
Excuse me, May of 2022.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
So that particular watch, I was offered that piece. The story that I was given, do you want me to go into where the watch is coming from, or no? Okay.
Well, how much was the watch? How much was
the watch was $96,500. Was the amount for the watch.
And was the agreement that you were going to pay for the watch when the watch came in, or when it was going to be shipped to you, or were you going to pay in advance?
It was wire first. So it was a wire first transaction, which, to be fair, that's the majority of the transactions I conduct are wire first.
A majority of the transactions in the watch community are based on trust and based on word of mouth and references, and someone who's known in the community. And so, how much did you wire to Stefano?
$96,500.
And this was in May of 2022.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And when did you expect to receive delivery of the watch?
It was supposed to be a couple weeks.
Okay, so tell us what happened.
So first, kind of what had happened, it had gone 3 or 4 weeks without any follow-up. So I reached out to Stefano. And it was just, hey, we're waiting on shipping. We're waiting for it to clear customs. We're trying to process the watch a certain way, and that takes some time. So I'm like, okay, that sounds normal. I'll wait. So then a few more weeks went by. Reached out again to saying, hey, I haven't heard from you or seen my piece. What's going on? Any update? We're just waiting for it to, I guess it was going from one country to another country, and we were waiting for that to happen. And so then a couple weeks after that went by, still waiting for it to show up, and it was supposed to go to England, funny enough, and it hadn't. So that dragged on for a couple weeks. And then from there, it finally showed up to Canada, and it's got stuck in customs in Canada. And then the story changed from waiting from shipment to now we're stuck with customs and have to deal with customs. Excuse me,
Did you have any evidence of that?
Did you at this point think that this was excuse after excuse, or were you like, you know what, this sounds plausible?
It sounds plausible, right? Like I'm unfortunately, with my personality as well, as I tend to give the people the benefit of the doubt. And two, this is coming from somebody that at the time I respected a lot. I didn't know that there were other things going on. So this was something that I was like, okay, well, this must be really happening. I didn't have any reason to believe that it wasn't. And then what had happened from there is the customs time took 3 or 4 weeks for them to be able to get it out of customs. They couldn't get it out of customs. What had happened is they then had to go to the customs in Canada, I don't know wherever that is, and meet with the customs manager. At that point, what had happened, they went and met with them once, or tried to go meet with them once. He was told that, hey, we're not, one of them was sick. One of the managers had COVID or was sick. And so they had to leave. That bought him 2 more weeks. Went back 2 weeks later. I sent him a text. Hey, what's going on with customs? Nothing. I didn't get anything. So about a week later, I get a text with the picture with said what the F, and it was a picture of a white 5711. I'm like, okay. Well, I had purchased a blue dial 5711. What's the story with a white 5711? Oh well. Customs caught the white 5711. They know that there's a price difference between the white and the blue, so they're not going to release the watch.
What month is this now?
October.
Approximately.
October.
Wait. Okay, so you bought the watch in May. Now you're in
May.
October.
I'm in October, all the way to October.
Still no watch.
Weekly, there's follow-up in between and whatnot. I'm just going back and forth. They're just normal follow-up, but still no watch.
And at this point, you still weren't skeptical. You were still like,
no, I was skeptic.
Okay.
Okay. It was starting to get like, okay, something's going on. He's not being honest. Way too many delays, dragging his feet. Now this guy's saying that they sent a white watch instead of the blue watch. So at that point, I said, fantastic. I need you to return my money or send me the watch that was promised. There's no reason why this other dealer, I apologize. The reason why the white watch showed up was because it was an issue of the son of this dealer. It was misshipped. So they shipped a white instead of the blue. And so I said, that's not my problem. I bought this watch. I want my money back. I got a message saying, I'll let this other dealer know that of your decision. I'm like, oh, okay. A few weeks went by, followed up with him again, trying to say, hey, what is going on with this watch? I need my money back or I need the watch. And it was ghost town. Nothing. I didn't get any response. And then I finally got a response back that said, yes, send me your wiring instructions in the meantime. We'll try to get this all set up and taken care of. So that would have been like around November 22nd to the 25th. So right around Thanksgiving. And then nothing came. The wire never came. The watch never came. And then at that time, I'd reached out to my AD, funny enough, and through his relationships, got me in touch with a few of our local law enforcement, and I went that route. Made a report.
You contacted what local police department?
Oh yeah, Internet Crime Task Force Division, Attorney General for here locally, and our local police department.
Did anything come of that?
No.
At this time, had you come across anyone else that was having the same problem as you?
I did, yeah. Unfortunately,
how early did that happen?
It started, I would say.
Or let me rephrase that. When's the first time that you came across someone else with a similar problem?
The first, obviously the first. Oh shit! Was Oisin's deal, obviously. Then from there, it was probably September, October. We started talking amongst ourselves in the watch community that, hey, we're getting stories. We're getting delays. We're starting to get some payments back from Stefano, but they're trickling in. And at that point, I hadn't received any money back or anything back. And I finally, what was my tipping point with all of this was just at the very end, he refuses to, talk or indict whoever else was involved or talk about whoever else was involved.
Did you say that dealer was in the UK?
No, I've gotten told originally he was in the UK, and then it was somewhere else in Europe.
But in all honesty, we probably feel that there is in fact no other dealer involved, that the watch probably never existed.
I would assume so, yes.
Okay. Just a couple of super chats. I just want to get through very quickly, but I want to concentrate on you guys because, you know, SLC Collector is the star guest tonight. Tim says, SLC is a great guy. It's awful to see what happened to him. Red Shovel says, why did people sit back and watch others getting scammed? Well, I think that's a good question and a very relevant one, but we'll come to that a little bit later on because that's going to be a fairly long-winded answer, I think. Thanks for that. So you started to discover other victims around, you say September, October?
Yeah, September, October.
Which is
sorry, go ahead, Paul.
Yeah, go on. I was going to say, see, from memory, although my memory's not the best in the world, I would have thought the first I'd learned about it was around the August time, but you reckon it might have been a bit earlier than that?
Sorry, what was?
No, I was saying to OC.
To me?
Yeah. I thought the first I'd heard of this was probably around August, but you're saying it might have been a little bit earlier?
Probably earlier because, you know, my personal dealings with Stefano were in the March and April timeframe. And when I was going through my issue with him not getting paid in what I thought was a timely fashion, I started reaching out to people that I knew, people like Tim Wright, people like you and others, and saying I'm having an issue with this guy. So there's probably a strong likelihood that it was around that time where the first inklings came in. Now, we may not have known about other people, but I think soon after my issue, Tim said, listen, by the way, there's someone else, not SLC, but someone else who is a massive victim of a scam from Stefano. And I got in touch with him and we started talking and strategizing about how to get our money back as well.
So, OC, can you tell the viewers about your initial contact with me and, you know, the reaction that you received, etc.? Because, you know, I don't want to make this about me at all because it's actually not about me, but I just want to clarify one or two things. For a few viewers have been a little bit critical and, you know, there's been one or two questions, just like has been asked a minute ago, why didn't we tell people before? Let's cover the reasons why it hasn't been brought out in the public.
That is a good question, and this is obviously a very sensitive and delicate situation. But just to show how tight knit the watch community is, when I told Tim that I had done a deal with Stefano, and he says, wait a minute, that's not a good idea. I heard of some bad rumblings about him, and I was connected with somebody else. Sure enough, that person actually knew you personally, right?
Me, yeah.
Yeah. Actually knew you and had gone, I think, to the London Watch Show, and
you knew the person. Yeah.
You knew the person personally, and that person had also met Roman, I think, in Las Vegas at some watch event there. So when I said, hey, by the way, Paul, just want to let you know that there's this guy, and he's been scammed out of $155,000 by Stefano. And he says and you said, oh, yeah, I do remember that guy. So at that point, we started talking about, okay, what can we do to work within the watch community to let a limited group of people know what's going on, to try and facilitate some strategic conversations about how widespread is this and how can we facilitate some people getting
their money back.
First, getting their money back. First of all, letting some key people in the industry know, hey, by the way, this guy's a scammer. And then the second thing is there any way we could apply pressure within the industry to get these people paid back? And those are tough conversations to have, right?
Very, very, very tough conversations. And I think, you know, the main thing that I would like everyone to know, and I've had 2 texts and an email from victims like SLC today, and they're all saying to me, but obviously to us as well, is that they explicitly asked us not to reveal anything because they all felt that it would damage their chances of getting their money back. Now, SLC, I've never met you before in my life.
No.
Is this the first time we've ever spoken? But Can you confirm or deny that to be the case?
That is the case. No,
Yeah.
there are quite a few people that pretty much most of the people that have been impacted by this that didn't want to come forward. And we're hoping that it was just kind of maybe a coincidence, and that everyone was going to get paid back. But at this point, it was something that I felt for myself that it needs to be heard, and we need to talk about it in the watch community. And we as a community, we all need to know about it so it can stop.
Yeah, and I think that ultimately, you know, people have been, you know, look, I suppose when I look back at it now, guys, you know, you look back at everything, hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it? And you say, look,
Yeah.
was it the right decision for everyone to agree to keep it quiet? Not keep it quiet for any sinister reason, but keep it on the downside so that you guys hopefully were going to get it resolved in your own ways. The benefit of hindsight, was it all right? Was it the right or the wrong decision for everyone to keep it in-house? And the way I personally saw it was, look, one, you could go public with it immediately and probably ruin everyone's chances of getting anything back, bearing in mind that you guys have been speaking amongst yourselves.
Right.
Okay. So that was the first option, to go public immediately and possibly mess it up for everyone. The second option for everyone was to stay quiet about it and hope that the person involved wasn't doing any more of it, and at least was trying to pay some people back some of it. Because I will say this, to be fair, that I do know some people that have had some money back.
They have, yes.
Okay, so not all of it, but you know, I've got to tell it straight. They have had some money back
after the pressure that was being applied.
Yeah.
What was happening was Stefano was paying back some people in the form of watches. Like he was paying back people with watches, not cash. And then some of the people who were scammed of smaller amounts were getting paid. I believe they were getting some payments back. So the feeling was the pressure was working. And then just to continue the timeline, SLC, like when you got to November and December, December is when you where things came to a head with you and Stefano. You're like, hey, I want my money back. And then he's basically ghosted you?
Yeah, I haven't heard from him since December 14th.
Can you tell me, SLC, because I have absolutely no idea, at what level of on what rung of the watch stealing ladder do you consider Stefano to be on?
I would have considered him online retail, maybe running something out of his house or small brick and mortar. I know he had a small shop that he was working on. It wasn't anything crazy. From what I would envision him as is somebody that was in the community that was actually getting some pieces. He did deliver some pieces to some of the people. And so I kind of thought that, I guess I took the hook, line, and sinker on kind of the trust, thinking that, this guy's one of us in the community. He's trying to help, supply watches to us. We're enjoying this. This is something that we're all kind of in a hobby together. So I wouldn't have considered him a large dealer per se, more of just small.
Which for me, unfortunately, tells me more about your honesty than perhaps his, because my view is always this: if you're a genuinely decent and honest person, you tend to feel that way about other people as well. You always tend to see the good in people rather than the bad. But playing devil's advocate, and it's not a nice question to ask you really, but do you think that maybe, given the benefit of hindsight, that you maybe should have checked him out a little bit better?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Of course I should have. I shouldn't have. The few things I should have done is try to reach out to a few other people to see how their interaction has been.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Rachel,
I know in my specific case, I actually didn't do that. I actually didn't do the due diligence or the reference checks, because again, this is someone who was appearing on the panels of YouTube shows all the time. So this is someone who he would talk routinely about the pieces that were coming in. I got this Richard Mille, I got this Patek Philippe, and I'm shipping this to this person, and here's the market conditions and the prices. He came across as very knowledgeable and very intimately involved. And he would always say that I'm backed by this person, and and things like that. So you felt a level of comfort. I say, I've been in the business for decades, and I know this person and that person. So you almost kind of took it at face value that if he weren't on the up and up, how could he be on these panels? How could he be talking to so many people, right?
Red Shovel says this vouching honour system is knackered. I'm going to disagree there, and I'll tell you for why. Going back to what you just said as well there, OC, is that, look, talk is cheap. Look, I can come online tonight and tell everyone that I'm best friends with the King of England and that we regularly go out and have dinner together and that he'll vouch for me.
That's true.
But unless you ring up the King of England to double check that I'm guaranteeing any one particular transaction, then those words really mean nothing. And just because someone is on YouTube putting their face out, it doesn't necessarily mean that everything they do is legitimate. Because, I mean, thankfully, we live in a world nowadays where if you are up to something, you're not going to get away with it for very long, because there's a lot of people out there that's going to make a song and dance about it. One thing that I will say is that I am mindful of, and I'm not in any way defending his actions. I just wonder if his life-threatening illness, etc., has played any role in his decision to do what's being done. I mean, I've always found him, whenever I've met him online, as always, like you guys have always found him to be a very amenable, nice, likable person. Is it possible, and I'll ask this one again to SLC because you're the one that's out of pocket, do you think there's any mitigating circumstances for him at all?
I'm not sure, to be 100% honest. I think that if you would come clean and mitigate this with everything and just say, hey, I messed up, this was a bad call, and this is my plan to repay everybody. I think there is room for that. I think as a community, we should have, I guess, a little forgiveness and compassion if there was something that did happen that put himself in a bad position. But running away from it just makes you look like a fraudster.
I agree. Toyota Mo, SLC is a good man and no one deserves this treatment. Toyota Mo, I 100% concur with that statement. Wizard, if you're watching, please listen to what SLC has said. The door is still open for you to make good with you guys, right?
Yeah, of course.
To try your best and make good with these guys. For what it's worth, my advice would be, look, quietness is not the answer to anything. Open your heart, open your hands and speak to these guys, because a lack of communication is a massive problem, right?
Yeah.
Most importantly, this guy has to open his pocketbook. There's no doubt. Yeah. There's no doubt this money is stolen, right? Let's not mince words here.
Yeah.
This guy stole the money, and he either funneled it offshore or he funneled it into non-trackable assets, or he gifted it to family members, because my theory is that this guy had poor health and he was looking to take care of his family in what he thought were his final days. But that's no excuse for what he did. There are multiple victims here. SLC there isn't just one.
Yeah.
Stefano admitted to at least 8. We know if you admit to 8, there's probably at least 20. There may be even more than that. And if you admit to the scamming $500,000, you probably scammed over $1 million. There's so many people that are outside of our internet group that probably have no idea that he's been exposed and that they have recourse, because they just kind of gave up and they just figured that their money was lost forever. That's why we need to do a better job publicizing what happened, who he is, and what we can do to get their money back.
Well, I think you're absolutely right. I think now is the time to make it public, because it's clear that these guys are not getting what they deserve. They're not getting their money back. The only thing that I worry about for you guys slightly, and not for me because I've got no money in the game, but the only thing that worries me slightly is if you drive a nail into him too hard, he will disappear, and that will be the end of it.
Right.
And that is why initially all of you guys decided to keep it between yourselves. So there's a bit of a balancing act here maybe to be had.
Yeah, there is. I think if we're too aggressive, it could turn on us. But I think at this point it needs to be known that there are people that have been impacted and that he does need to pay us all back. and that it's not acceptable what he did. And he's putting a bad name not only for, you know, the watch community itself, right? In general, it's the watch industry.
It's
so
not good.
It does have a ripple.
So Stefano, if you are watching, my appeal to you would be, look, I never saw you as a bad guy. I'm sure, as SLC said and OC has said, you know, everyone that came across you found you to be a reasonable individual, and they thought you was a gentleman. You know, let's see you put it right. Let's see you put these guys right, and put, more importantly, yourself right. Because look, we all leave a legacy, my friend, right? I've spoken about this before. And you don't, I'm sure from what I know of you and from when I've seen you in the past, you don't strike me as someone that wants to leave a bad legacy. So my advice to you would be to do your absolute utmost and your very best to get these good people their money back, and as soon as you possibly can. That's all I can say on that one, really. I think that's the way that I'd like to see it dealt with. I don't want to see anyone, absolutely anyone, out of pocket. And I want to thank the people today. I was going to read them out, you know, OC, but you gave me a good little bit of advice before the show started, and I'm not going to do that now. But I've got emails and text messages from people like SLC who were a victim and have written into me before the show, insisting that I say that, you know, we just did what they asked us to do. Simple as that. Everyone concerned.
It's tough because the timing of how much you reveal and by what channels you reveal it was always a major concern, because the huge dilemma for the people who had been scammed, SLC, and maybe you can speak to this, and the viewpoint of your friends,
right,
is that the more you expose, the perhaps less chance that you might get your money back, but at the same time, the less that you expose, the higher the probability that additional people would be scammed.
Catch-22.
Right? That's a catch-22, and the selfishness in you says, listen, well, if I'm ever going to get my money back, then Stefano has to get the money from somewhere. If that means that there are other people that are unwittingly duped, then that's something that's the moral quandary of the whole thing, right? Like, do we want to come forward and lose all of our money, or do we want to stay quiet and hope that the money will come from somewhere, knowing that in the back of our mind, the money may be coming from other people, because it becomes a Ponzi scheme at that point. You know, he doesn't have the money.
Let me just read this one out. Ivor says, for those who knew about Wizard not going public because the victims did not want to go public is not an acceptable excuse. Remaining silent and allowing Wizard to continue to rip off other people. Well, Ivor, look, I tell you what, I've been pleasant enough to read out your message. Maybe you could be pleasant enough to refund SLC's money, and then you'll be proven right. But at the moment, you know, that's not the case. You can't, Ivor, you can't tell us. You can't tell, when I say us, you can't tell victims like SLC that he is wrong. He's the one that's $96,500 out of pocket. With all due respect, my friend, he's the one that's out of pocket. It's people like SLC that I care about and that OC is concerned about. We can only do so much. We're not the world's policemen. You know, we're not the internet police. We can only do and try our best and deal with victims as and when we come across them. There's a couple of super chats here that I need to get.
SLC, do you want to jump in with your thoughts on that?
No, I just would have to say, just to finish up with that, is that we didn't know what to do, right? Like, there were a lot of us that were just coming together and we're like, oh shoot, well, this experience is a little different, this one's a little bit different, and two, we're embarrassed, right? Like, there's a small portion of being embarrassed that, oh shoot, I was duped out of this money by this con man. And you can't tell someone else how they should have reacted in this situation without them being in the situation. And so, that's just my 2 cents, is that I feel like it finally, I do have a lot to lose. And I do have, I do want my money back, or the watch, but it needs to be brought to attention so that it does stop, or makes people more mindful to do more education,
more due diligence. Now, I like what is. Thank you for the super chat, but I prefer that you didn't waste your money. How much has been scammed by this trusted dealer? Trusted by who? He's never been a trusted dealer of mine. I've never met the guy in person. So be careful where you use the term trusted dealer, please. Trusted dealer on this channel, okay, on my channel, he's not a trusted dealer, never has been, never would be. And I actually haven't seen him as a trusted dealer on anyone's channel listed as a trusted dealer. So come on.
Well, he's to be fair, he is a Mondani trusted dealer.
Well, that's down to Mondani.
I think Mondani needs to be called out for that, because she is aware of the circumstances around Stefano, and she's fully aware that there are a lot of victims and there are a lot of complaints, and she has done.
And he's still on there. Okay, in that case, what is, if that's what you meant, I would apologise, but please don't talk about trusted dealers on this channel who are not associated with me at all. But to be fair to you, if you're referring to other groups, that's fair enough.
And I'm just
he was kicked into Vadim Moda's credit. He was kicked out of Moda when some of these revelations came out. I believe he was kicked out in April or May of 2022.
I was reading some of the remarks about not sending money to a trusted source, but you have to remember that this person was a member of our community, and there were times that we did stuff offline and spent a lot of time together. So it wasn't just sending some random person $100,000. This was somebody that was a friend and somebody that was trusted in our community.
Within your circle?
Within my circle, yeah. Of course.
Pete the Greek, well, I think you've just answered that. What made you trust him so much? Thanks, Pete. I mean, well, SLC has just given you a perfect answer. And I have absolute sympathy for you, mate, because I'll tell you for why, because I know that feeling. You know, you get to meet people that you think, you know, perhaps you don't know quite as well as you thought you did.
Right.
And like I said to you, I think, to be honest with you, and I'm not being patronising when I say this, but it actually says more about your good character than about anyone else's. The fact that you've been willing to send $96,500 to someone you don't really know tells me that you're a bloody good watch customer. And I'd like,
but Paul, you know that. Paul, you know,
I'd love to have you as a customer of mine. Yeah, go on.
There's something that happens every hour of every day in our community, right? Through dealer chats and websites and
yes.
I mean, every single day there are members of our community that wire hundreds of thousands of dollars to people that, based on the honor system, that someone else, you know, is a reference or vouches for you, and you say, okay, there we go, mazal. It's something that has been passed down from the jewelry industry for generations and centuries.
Yeah.
So,
one Pasha, thank you very much. It says, in hindsight, should the big dealers with large YouTube subs have vouched for the wizard without doing their due diligence to check out his finance? Well, first of all, I've never personally vouched for Wizard, and if there are dealers out there that may have vouched for him, obviously they're going to look at it with the benefit of hindsight, and they were duped as well. You know, that they've been duped as well, because ultimately nobody in the business would want to be associated with this nonsense. It's a no-brainer that nobody would want to be associated. But at the end of the day, if people have vouched for him, you know, they're going to have to deal with it in their own way. That would be my view on that one. Let me just check if I've got any more super chats there. There's so many come through tonight.
And if there are questions for SLC, please type them in the chat.
Absolutely, yeah, because he's the main guest tonight. Roly Mania, thank you, mate. Paul, ask Tim to return my PlayStation. Tim, get his PlayStation back. London Walk says he's spent the money. Wizard, please join the panel.
SLC, is it fair to say you believe he's a crook?
It's fair. Yeah, it's fair.
That's a good question. That was one we was going to get around to. So ultimately, do you feel that this was premeditated, planned, and deliberately executed?
Yeah, I do. I think it was. I mean, it's not a huge Ponzi scheme, but I think it is a Ponzi scheme.
Sounds pretty huge to me, mate.
Yeah,
it's a
lot of money.
It's a lot of money. A lot of money.
Yeah.
What would your advice be to people in the community now after your experience? And I'll ask you a question as well. What would your advice be to someone like myself, who is a YouTuber with a reasonably large following? How do people like myself, not just me, but other watch YouTubers, how do we deal with this in the best interest of the community?
I just think it's through education. I think it's through what you do best, Paul, and and educating people and making people aware of this goes on. No matter how trusted these people are, that we need to be careful. And I do think that it needs to be said that probably need to be buying watches from more reputable sources.
This is the part that hurts me because, you guys know this, the people that I like to surround myself in the business, I've never got these worries,
Right.
because I've lived and breathed business with them for many, many, many years. So it upsets me because it brings a tarnish to the industry and to our community that really, in general, it doesn't deserve to be there. I always look at it a bit like the eBay effect. There's millions of transactions that take place on eBay every day of the week, and 99.9% of them go through just fine. You get one idiot on there that's trying to rip people off, and you hear all about it, and it spoils the reputation.
Right.
And it's such a shame. It's such a shame. What was your message? I mean, you're speaking to him right now. My guess is that by the way, he didn't take me up on my my offer to come on the show. At least I haven't. I know he had my number because he sent me a text a couple of years back. I would just say now. What's your message to him, mate?
Come clean and pay us all back. We all need to be paid back. So it needs to happen.
Let's just have a little look through some of these. Yep, there we go. Glenn Pyatt, are the authorities involved in such a large amount of money?
I've made police reports, yes. There's a way that he structured his business that I believe was intentional, that I don't want to go into, but
to shield him from making it very administratively complicated for you to go after.
Do anything.
I mean, I'm not familiar with US or Canadian law, but in this country, if you set up any company that turns out to be set up in a way that is going to lead to deliberate theft or scamming, that they can charge you retrospectively. It's illegal to do that in the first place.
Right.
And I would imagine that US law, being based on UK law in many respects, probably, I'm not sure his arse is going to be covered by that.
No, I don't think it will be. It's just making it more difficult to be able to do small, certain things. And I think if we could all come together and group together all of the victims, I think we could have a chance at something. But just us going at them onesie twosies, I don't think it would be enough.
Yeah. And that's one of the reasons why you decided to kind of come forward.
Yeah. Going to cover this one more time because Red is very persistent with this. Lots of people should have blown the whistle earlier. Red, how many more times, my friend? Unless you're prepared to pay these guys bills, it's really not really any of your business, mate, is it? It's not really your decision to say who should and who should be saying what, where, and when, because it's guys like our friend on the screen now who were the victim. Talk is cheap. When you're not financially involved in the game, talk is cheap. But consider this, if you was 96.5 grand out of pocket, anyone watching now, if you're 96 grand out of pocket and someone says to you, go spill the beans, and you're thinking to yourself, well, if I do, that's probably the last I'm going to see of that money. Let them think about that for a minute. Deep in their heart, would they hang it out for every last chance of getting their money back? Or would they just go, yeah, I'm going to tell the world, don't worry about my money? We all know the answer to what that would be.
And the data actually supported the fact that the behind-the-scenes pressure that was being applied was having some results. We had one of the victims who was paid back about $50,000 worth of what he was out. So there were signs that it wasn't a lost cause.
Yeah.
Only when we started getting indications, in the December timeframe over the past couple of months that more people were being ghosted. The slow pays had become stop pays,
Yeah,
and that situation had gotten worse. That's when some of the people felt like, wait a minute, maybe it helps to now go public and apply more public pressure to ensure that number one, the people who are close to him who have deep pockets can step in, stop what's going on, and perhaps help facilitate the repayment. And number two, make sure that nobody else gets scammed.
Yeah, and to back that up, the last 2 messages that I've had about this from victims were, one has got 4 of his 7,000 back. And another guy who I can't name was also been paid back fairly significant amounts, not anywhere near all of his money, but not to be sniffed at. So that people were getting their money back. And I'm sitting back thinking, well, hopefully this might be working, but obviously it hasn't.
Yeah, but at the end of the day, Paul, I think you and I know that how money was coming in to pay back the people who were previously scammed was from new victims, and that's the moral quandary, right?
Yeah, I think that's the thing. Yeah,
eventually we have to put an end to it. And
yeah, it's like a pyramid scheme, isn't it? Yeah. Right. Diego M, if there are any victims of Wizard who blame OC or anyone else for not warning them, even though they did, step forward now. Otherwise, enough of this crap. Red. Thank you for that, Diego. Appreciate that. It's very easy to preach the moral high ground when you're not involved in something.
Yeah. And a lot of I got a lot of heat in the August-September timeframe when I started posting Instagram posts that were veiled indications that the Wizard, aka Stefano, was not on the up and up. I pretty much said that he'd been banned from Moda, that you shouldn't ship him your watches, and you shouldn't ship him any money in advance. And a lot of people came at me and others who were close to me and said, how dare you attack this guy, this honorable dealer who's been in the community for decades, and without proof and without providing the details of who had been scammed. And at that point, it was a fine line between planting the seeds and letting people draw their own inferences, because again, the victims themselves said, we don't want you to spill all of the details because we are getting slow paid.
Yeah. Paul, good friend of mine, Paul Stevenson, says, Paul, don't be so nice to him. He's a thief. Paul, look, you're right. But like I said, I think sometimes you have to be a little bit crafty when you're trying to catch a monkey, right? You have to, give them a chance, give them a little bit of bait, and hopefully they come back in. I think that.
Yeah, I won't. He's a crook. He's a crook. He knew what he was doing.
He's probably gone now. He's probably gone now. But look, we want to try and give him his chance.
I have no sympathy. I have no sympathy for him.
No, me neither. None whatsoever. The only sympathy I have is with these guys. Standing alongside SLC in all he says, I am in a familiar position, but to a far less degree financially. Fortunately, I have received some funds back. Well done, SLC, for representing us all. Thank you very much, Mark. I appreciate that.
Thanks, Mark.
The opinion of Mark, who had skin in the game, is far more important than the people who are the people on the sidelines, just being
preaching
armchair quarterbacks.
Yeah. What a shit show. Yes, indeed. I hope you're not talking about this show, but on that note, guys, if you haven't already hit the thumbs up tonight, I would really appreciate it. A thumbs up is always useful to the channel. We have given up our Sunday evening to bring you the best of what we can bring you. Happy to catch up with any more questions. Let me, if I look a bit vague at times, it's because I am trying to listen to what the guys are saying with one ear and read the questions coming through on the right. I think this is, the route that I will be looking at now. No Rolex, no sex, never mind the lawyers. This is criminal. Need the police involved. It was a deliberate scam. I think that is, I think that's probably where we're at now.
Part of the issue is that both from a civil litigation perspective as well as criminal one, you're dealing with people like SLC who are in the United States, dealing with Canadian entities, right? And people who have, you ship, he's utilizing methods where he's shipping, watches are being shipped to the United States and then being smuggled across the border into Canada. via mailboxes, et cetera, on one side of the border. The business is on the other side. It makes it very, very difficult to pursue administratively with the authorities. Like, you went to your local police department to be like, hey, did someone rob the liquor store down the street? Like, no, this is an international crime involving a guy who's buying $100,000 watch. They'll be like, get the hell out of here. I'm not going to investigate that. They have no. They don't.
Watch?
Exactly. Voulez-vous says, Paul, this isn't your fault, but if it happens in the future, wouldn't it be better to shine the light sooner and get the pressure on the scammer to pay? Like I said, with the benefit of hindsight, look, you might be right. I hope it does never reoccur. But the problem is that when you're dealing, and to be fair, I never dealt with SLC at all. I don't think.
Right.
We haven't spoken before.
We've never spoken before.
No. I have to respect these guys' wishes. And when you're 96.5 grand down and you're talking to a guy on the phone and he says, Paul, don't say anything at the moment, it's going to really ruin my chances if you do. You tend to respect that.
Yeah.
You tend to respect that. And I always pay, if I'm talking to someone and someone asks me not to say anything, then they have my word that I'm not going to say anything. And OC has pretty much been through the same, right?
Yeah.
I know for a fact that you've wanted to spill these beans for a very long time. You've been busting at the gut to let it go, but
I've been talking to a lot of the victims. I've been checking in with them periodically, sometimes every couple of weeks, to see what's going on and monitoring their progress. I was one of the lucky ones that got paid back, in full. I was made whole, but I had to be very sympathetic to those like SLC and others who were out considerable sums of money and wanted things done in a particular way. At the end of the day, though, there's a straw that breaks the camel's back, and we have to say enough is enough. Name and shame. The guy's name is Stefano Della Costa. He goes as justintime.ca or the Wizard. He's a crook, and don't send him your money or don't send him your watches. And I don't want anybody to think that we're being soft or we're giving him excuses or that we giving him a chance. This guy owes everybody, and we shouldn't rest. And by the way, the people who support and vouch for him and did deals with him within the community, Paul, this isn't your position, but it's certainly mine, need to come forward, take responsibility for this, pay these people back what they are owed, and make all of these victims whole.
And I would only add to that, it depends on what the vouching was for. Let me just clarify to me what vouching means. Okay, so if someone rings me up and says, Paul, I want to take OC wants to buy a watch from me and it's 50 grand. And he says that he's going to vouch for you financially. Is that right? If I say yes, then I'm responsible for that debt. If you have asked me directly, will I stand on that debt and pay if the other guy doesn't pay? On the other hand, just saying, yeah, I know him, he seems a good guy, that's not a vouch. People have to understand what vouching for someone is. And I'm afraid that there's been too much of this not only in this business, but also in the jewelry business, where someone says, like, OC, if someone rings me tomorrow and says, Paul, do you know OC? I go, yeah, I know him. Yeah, he's sound. That's not, if he doesn't pay his debts, I'll pay him for him. Yeah. And people have to understand.
It's tough because these people are on YouTube, right? And there is a track record of what you've said, and there are YouTube videos and live streams that go back months and months and months, and so it's easy to go back and see what people said about other people. And this guy was given credibility by a lot of people, and
I'm aware of that. Joseph, the money doesn't matter on right and wrong, Paul. What the F? I'm not quite sure what you mean. The money doesn't matter. I don't know. Does the money not matter? I'm asking the watch collector. Someone's saying the money doesn't matter.
Oh, it does matter. I want my money back. Yeah, no, it does matter. But
This is the thing. A lot of people tell you that the money doesn't matter. It's all about the principle. Tell that to the people that are out of pocket. Doesn't matter to me. I'm not out of pocket. So I'm just trying to look after the people that you know. We've all been trying to. Paul, lousy response, mate. Why? Why is it a lousy response? I tell you what, I'll admit to it being a lousy response if you give SLC his money, and then it can be the money doesn't matter, right? He's got to be on a wind up, surely. Des, the Ledge, thank you very much, Des. As always, what a superstar you are. Where is it? It's down there somewhere. I've just seen it pop up on my screen. Red, listen, mate, I love you to bits, right? But you're wasting your money. I'm not reading any more of that out.
Take the super chats, Paul. Take the super chats.
Jeez Christ. I don't listen, mate. I'm not hard up for money. I don't need it that much. Where are we? I'm trying to find Des, the Ledge. Where's he gone? I can't find him. It just shows you how many messages we've been having here.
You need a producer.
Yeah. Pete the Greek, it's not our money, so it's down to the victims on how this gets played out. Thank you, Pete.
Oh, for sure. And that's why we're doing what we're doing now, right? And
exactly
trying to shed some light and some education on it.
Yeah, and don't mistake SLC's calm demeanor. And kind of a very casual and good-natured attitude for that he's not mad as hell.
I can tell.
And isn't going to rest until every penny of every victim is repaid.
I can see.
No, everybody needs to be repaid back.
America 5524G, more juice for CPO Rolex, huge black eye for the grey market. Really? I mean, I would never have classed, personally, if you'd have come to me and said, you class Stefano as a watch dealer, my answer would have been, no, he's a bit of a flipper, chancer, backpacker. That's not a proper watch dealer to me, you know, so depends what you class as a watch dealer.
There were a lot of these guys that were just, you know, independent.
There's hundreds of them, mate. There's hundreds of them. I had my hair cut the other week and the girl was telling me her boyfriend's a watch dealer. Right, I'm sure he is. Why didn't the same people that jumped on the bandwagon to pressure and slam Oisin do the same with Wizard? 11K versus unknown. It could have been done quietly. Seems there is double standards. You're clearly just living on another planet. It was actually Oisin that pretty much brought this to the public eye, not anyone else. My advice to Oisin was to keep it out of the public eye. I think
the point of that question was that a lot of people in the watch community said, listen, if you owe somebody money, you got to pay up. Yeah. And so they piled on Oisin, rightly so. Like, listen, you owe the guy $11,000. How come you haven't paid it back yet? And so now we have a scammer who's hundreds of thousands. And nobody.
But the big difference is the victims are asking us to be quiet about it. That's the difference. You know, so now we're not quiet about it. Now it's out in the open. Here we are saying, come on, Stefano, pay these guys the goddamn money back. But up until this point, the victims have been asking us to stay quiet, Mr. Pasha. That is the difference. Sorry,
I do really appreciate you and me trying to bring this attention to your audience. I think it's important that as a community we somewhat stick together and try to figure it out and get everyone paid back. So I appreciate that a lot, and I appreciate you taking the time to do that for me. I appreciate it, but I got to get going. I have another family appointment that I need to attend. So I'm going to sign off now. But again, I do appreciate you and OC and Wizard. Pay us all back and make it right. It's not okay that you've scammed a bunch of people and taken their money or taken their watches. It needs to be made right. So I appreciate everyone though. Thank you so much.
You've been a complete gentleman. OC has got my number. Please pass it on to our guest here tonight. So I'm still trying not to use your name. I've done it. You did good. I'm not too bad. Take my number off of OC. Please stay in touch. And if there's anything I can do to help, I'm more than happy to do so. Thanks for coming on, mate.
Thank you so much. We'll see you guys.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Captain Kirk, if you let someone keep scamming customers, especially when thousands of people watch on streams, are you aiding and abetting a crime? It's a tough one. You're certainly not aiding and abetting. That's no different to me accusing Rolex of aiding and abetting watch crime because they don't warn customers of the dangers or allow us access to their lost and stolen register. Look, you know, I suppose you could say if you was going to be really hard with yourself that maybe with a benefit of hindsight, you might have approached it a little bit differently, but I keep having to go back to saying that ultimately we all had to respect the views of the victims. I think this is a record night for messages. I can't believe it. Alex at Perpetual Time, thank you very much, Alex. This is not uncommon in the street, and that's why my authentication condition report has saved my clients millions. No watch, no money, vice versa. Couldn't agree more, Alex.
All right. Hey, nice Paul, do you want to drop the link and invite people to join on the panel? You want to do that?
I will do. Mike K, this is terrible. I feel sick to my stomach for SLC Watch Collector. Respect for coming on here. I hope you show the book at the scammer.
Unfortunately, what are we going to do? We don't have law enforcement powers. All we have is the power of public opinion and social media pressure to try and make it right. So that's why we're doing this.
Yeah. Let's have a little look.
And the people in the audience know what we're talking about, right? They know the kind of pressure that we want applied to get these funds paid back.
Paul is a close contact of yours, a victim of this. I mean, look, one of the guys, I visited his home out in the States last year. He's a viewer to the channel. So I do certainly know people that have been a victim of this. Yeah, absolutely. They're saying a link for Nico. Hold on a sec, Nico, if you're watching. Has he messaged me? Let's have a look. Yeah. Yes, he has, yeah.
I have to say your audience is the smartest audience.
Oh, you called them all thick last year.
You remember? That's how you and I met, remember?
Hey, mate, listen, I've got... Nico, there's a link for you.
Uh-oh, now everybody has the link. We're in trouble now.
Well, it depends on who I let on, mate. Oisin, if you want to come on, you're more than welcome to. Now, that would be a party, wouldn't it?
Uh-oh. I better leave.
On OC, explain how Wizard was still in Tim's WhatsApp group while you both knew he was scamming people. Are you guys not facilitating it by not kicking him out? Can I answer that for you, and then you can answer it yourself? My guess is
I'll answer it first because I'm not in any WhatsApp groups, so I have no idea who's in or out of any WhatsApp groups. I don't use WhatsApp groups. So
I have someone waving at me like crazy in the back room, but after the link, after the headline that he posted earlier on,
I know
this gentleman doesn't do himself any favors with me whatsoever. So the guy that's sitting in the back currently, not Nico, I'm going to let Nico in. Hold on, here he is. There's another guy sitting in the back there wanting to come in. Do we let him in? Do we let him in?
I don't know. Listen, if it's Tim, Tim is Tim. You know, he adds a lot of entertainment value and drama to the show. So
Nico, you look like a ghost.
What the hell?
Oh yeah, I'm in the car, mate. Here, but let's put it this way, right? This is a fucking insane thing. This is the first time I actually hear about this. But I just offer my help, and even if we have to travel to Canada to get fucking justice, I'm there. We'll document it and we'll get his money back, regardless. That's what I offer. Fuck that shit. That is a fucking disgrace.
Isn't it?
This is someone with whom you worked. You did, the whole Nico Oisin drama would never have come to light if it weren't for what this Stefano did. He lied to Oisin about the buying the watches, and he lied to you about everything. So
listen, I don't know Stefano. I haven't spoken to him in about 6 months, right? I don't really know him that well. I only know him from a few streams, and he was very kind to Marco at the time. That's it. And whenever we done that deal, that would, whatever it was, that's the past. But that really fucked me off rightly. And now I hear this shit. And I know 6 months ago he owed Roman a lot of money. That's what I know.
Hmm.
And I
Welcome
don't,
to
I
the
haven't
welcome
spoken
to the
about
Tim and
him.
OC show, by the way. Hey, Tim.
I haven't heard his name dropping in many, many months. So
Boys,
that's where we are.
guys, can I just say, listen, we are about to take part in the Watch YouTube's world, the most exclusive live video ever, because I'm going to bring someone else onto the channel. Tim, I hate to say this to you, mate, but I'm going to have to kick you off for a second. What? Not for long. I'm going to kick you off for a minute because I've just got to bring this person in. Hold on a minute, mate.
Am I getting kicked off too? Ooh, okay, here we go.
Why'd you kick Tim off? Why'd you kick Tim off?
Well, because there's only really room for 4 of us at the moment, and I want to keep this. Like, if we have, I had too many people on last week, and it kind of spoiled it. He can come back on.
This may be kind of exciting, man, but it's not exciting for me. I take no pleasure coming on here, none whatsoever. But I'm here because I think it's disgraceful.
What's disgraceful?
Yeah, there's a word you haven't fucking said the entire evening.
Go on, what's that?
Roman.
What about him?
Roman backed Wizard. He vouched for Wizard. He vouched for Wizard. I have the fucking proof. He vouched for this shitbag here on the other side of the screen too. Plenty. This is a cesspool. That poor gentleman who was just on before he got ripped off for his 96,000. I feel fucking terrible for you because you're not being helped by the right people here. You guys are all in cahoots. Paul, you did not denounce this dude. It's been a year, man.
Of course I didn't denounce him, I was asked
Wizard.
not to.
You knew, well, they ask because they want their money back, but that's not a moral stance at all. In the meantime, how many other victims were there of these rat bags?
Do you want plenty?
It's musical chairs. You want your seat, your ass on a fucking seat.
I hear nothing.
But you leave the other people without a chair.
Oisin,
that's not right.
Oisin, one sec. Nico, can you still hear me? Because I can hear you talking.
Barely, mate. Barely, mate. I'm in beautiful Dublin. It's fucking horrendous.
Okay, Oisin, listen. I have a text message from a victim here that says you knew in August.
I was telling everyone about Wizard, about this shitbag. I was telling everybody. I was being attacked because of 9 fucking grand that I was still outstanding. Which, by the way, for all the stupid shitwits in the audience right now, was completely paid off. And so was Spencer. I kept it nice and quiet because I wanted to see who was in cahoots with whom. You guys should be ashamed of yourselves. It was disgraceful. Roman Sharf has been backing. This guy pulled his antics on me last year. Roman Sharf was the first person to come on and defend him. I was contacted by victims of the Wizard, and I asked, why on earth did you give money to the Wizard? Why did you do that? And they all said, because Roman Sharf backs him.
Well,
He vouched for him. He's been vouching for him, and you did not. And you proclaimed to be the police officer, the father figure. The man who's reporting on watch crime, on watch corruption.
Yeah.
And yet it was right under your fucking nose the whole time, and you didn't bother to tell anybody. You didn't bother to tell.
Listen, don't give it that with me. Don't try and come on here and make me like I'm some kind of bad guy, right? I did what the victims wanted me to do. Don't even get me, mate. Listen, you're welcome on this show, but if you want to get involved in a row,
I want to tell the truth. I'm here to tell the truth.
So let's tell the
truth.
Do you want to tell the truth about you? Do you want to take the? Should we tell the truth about you?
Is this what you want? Is this the way you want to? Okay, so you want to turn it back on me and talk about some other stuff in order to deflect the accusations that I'm making.
Everything is about you.
You see, there you go. It's just an ad hominem attack against me. Brilliant. Are you going to answer the fucking questions?
How many times have I mentioned you this evening?
On this stream? A couple of times. Once or twice. Or so.
Somebody wrote I said you're welcome to come on.
Okay, that's fine. That's it.
You're not welcome.
This is irrelevant information.
Stop blame anyone's doorstep.
I'm here to tell the truth.
Your problems.
I'm here to tell the truth for anybody watching. Wizard is a mega scammer. He's been trying to fuck people for a long time. He has been successfully fucking people with the aid of certain people on this screen.
What does that have got to do with me?
Well, you're talking about the subject. Where else am I going to go to talk about it? I take no pleasure.
Last night on your stream last night, you said sharks don't bite each other, associating me with Stefano. I've never met the guy in my life. You've
met Roman.
What's Roman?
And you know that Roman's been vouching for him and protecting him this entire time.
No one has been vouching for.
Yes, he has. Yes, he fucking has. Yes, he fucking has. And Wizard was a moderator on Roman's channel up until just a couple of days ago. Does that surprise you?
Roman has a social media team of 20 people. He doesn't need to have a Stefano as a moderator, mate. Wise up. What are you talking about?
It's a fact. It's a fact. It's a fact.
You're just. You want to come on with your dream stuff? It's fine, mate.
Let me ask you
somewhere else.
Fuck yourself, you little shitbag.
No. Listen, I'm not going to have that.
Where's my money, you fucking absolute balloon?
Nico,
where's your money? Where's your money?
You still haven't.
Where's your money?
Where's
your money? You piece of you lump of shit. I feel ashamed to be part of the watch community with scumbag lowlifes like you in it. You lousy son of a bitch. I'm not finished with you.
It's not about you. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's all about Stefano, right? And I feel that we can actually make
your antics were protected by Roman. Just 5 minutes ago, Paul said that I made all that shit public. I did not. You did. Just go back. It's very clear. This is public information. There's no secret about it at all. You did. I'm looking for answers here. I'm trying to tell people the truth. The Wizard has been up to his shit for a long time. He was protected by Roman. He acted in concert with you, Nico, to try to fuck me. I never did a deal with you, Nico. Remember? There was no deal made. I made the deal with the Wizard.
Well,
I nearly got fucked by the same guy, and you acted in concert with him. And the man on the other corner here, I can't even point the right way because it's all in reverse, fucking backed you up and protected you and sided with you. I was dragged through the fucking mud, face fucking first, for $9,000. This other guy's ripping people off of hundreds of thousands of dollars. We don't even know how much money it is. And yet, stumm, silence, tumbleweeds.
Oisin, if you're going to listen, this is my show. You're welcome on it, but you're not going to take it over, my friend. So please be polite and listen to what other people have to say.
It's on the right line.
It's hard information, man. It's hard information.
Did you hear what I just said?
It's very hard to tell someone that they're all shit.
No.
And seem like a nice guy.
Nico,
yes,
Nico, please just do me a favor for a minute.
Most right lane, Malahide here. Sorry?
Nico, just stay quiet for a minute, just for a second. Oisin, please pay me the respect to do it. Let me speak in as well. This is my show. You're welcome on it.
I can hear what you're saying.
Okay, Nico, do you want to try and get a better reception, mate?
What?
Do you want to try and get a better reception?
Yes, I will. So give me about 10 minutes and I'm at the hotel.
Come back with a better reception. Thank you. Thank you. Oisin, right, okay, that's better. We might be able to just calm things down a little bit now. Look, I understand what you're saying about Wizard. Maybe he should have been exposed a little bit earlier. But you explain to me, when the victims themselves are asking us not to speak about it,
you have a moral obligation to speak about it. It doesn't matter what the victims want.
Moral obligation.
It doesn't matter what they were doing. By the victims asking you to stay quiet is also a violation. I like that gentleman who was on before, and I feel bad that he was ripped off. But by him asking for people to stay quiet about it is a moral quandary. It's a moral dilemma.
Absolutely,
because you're putting other people in the same harm's way. It's the same as discovering there's a rapist in the town or a child molester or something, and everybody just stays stum, and then some poor kid gets picked up. Well, why didn't everybody say? Everybody should have said.
That's not the best analogy, but
analogies are just that way. It's an analogy for a reason, okay? If you can't figure out what a fucking analogy is and how it works, I'm sorry for you, but that's what it is. That's what it fucking is. You guys stay stum. You didn't say a bloody word to anybody, and you let this guy.
Oisin, I'm going to give you one more chance to stop acting like a pig, so I'm just going to chuck you off, right? So listen, we either talk like human beings or you'd have to leave. I don't want you to leave, but if you can't be civil and you're going to sit there and swear, you're not doing yourself or anyone else any favours.
I don't need to win over your crowd, man.
I don't need to win over anyone.
I don't need to win over your respect. After what all you fuckers did last year, I don't need any of your respect.
After I tried to help you.
No, you didn't try to help me, man.
No,
you turned your back on me. You turned your back on me.
I turned your back on you.
I defended you. I defended you, dude. I fucking defended you behind your back that you never knew about all sorts of stuff. All the accusations people have against you, I
don't care what accusations.
Okay, well, I did because you were my friend. I did because you were my friend. And money isn't the bottom line for me. It's about trust and respect and friendship. You lost mine. You lost that because you were all about the fucking bottom line, the dollar. You were all about the subs number of Nico. You were all about sitting.
Oh, and how many subs did I gain out of that? How many subs did I gain out of that?
Nothing. I hope you're happy. I hope you're happy because you gained fucking zip out of it. You sided with guys who tried to fuck over your friend because it made business sense to you.
Who tried to mess you over?
Wizard tried to get me. I would have never seen any of that money for those watches.
Listen, I have no.
Wizard and Nico came across the one guy who went, "Hold on, I'm not making a move." That gentleman who was on earlier was very trusting. He sent all that money. I did not do that.
Let's be very clear about something, Oisin. Let's be very clear about something. Listen, if we're going to have a conversation or even an argument, it's better if we both speak separately rather than together.
Certainly.
Okay? One thing that you need to know, I know that you mentioned the Wizard during your problems with Nico, but I still to this day have no real idea what that was about. All I do know is that you had a problem with Nico. I couldn't get the other bit in my head.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. So let me stick to the point for a minute, mate. Okay. I have no idea what Wizard's involvement was with Nico and yourself. I'm not sure what role he played in it. What I do know is that there became a time when I felt that I was being pushed into a corner. I told you on numerous occasions, I've got the voice messages on my phone here, that I did not want you to fall foul of anything. I tried to protect you. I tried to look after you. I tried to advise you. I said, let's not get this out in the public. But you're one stubborn fuck. You would not pay. Go on, what are you laughing at? You would not pay, right?
It's just because you would not pay. Too. That's all I just.
You would not pay.
I was paying. I was in the process of paying. When you give somebody a watch, then you give them 10,000, then you give them 7,000. You're in the process of paying. I was on the final lap of the payments.
That was Spencer. But with Nico, I have messages. Mate, do you want me to play your own voice that says I'm not paying him?
Dude, when he started threatening me and all of that, then it turned into something new. But by the end, he was paid. He was only offered 9. He was being paid. It was underway. The process was taking place. Person wants to fucking not pay you. They don't pay you anything. You tried to moderate, yes. You tried to moderate, yes. But
can I ask you a question? Who tried to moderate to get your bill or the money that you owed? Who tried to get that down for you?
I did.
Come on, be a big man. Who tried to
I'm being a big man. I'm being a fucking big man.
Who tried to get that bill down for you?
I did all the legwork. I spoke to Stephen, who's the real businessman behind Pride and Pinion. And we put out our deal between us. I was the one. In the end, if you're talking about taking it from 11 down to 9 because you're telling Nico to let go of the fact that his business partner rearrange the money that was owed because he saw it as the correct thing to do. Well, then thank you very much. But it was the smallest of gestures because we were dealing with a pure psychopath who was screaming at the world.
Are we going to agree that we're going to let each other speak? That's the first stage,
I'm responding to the things you said. What else do you want out of me?
Well, I'm going to ask you some questions. You said you're not going to hide anything, so I'm going to ask you some questions. So you do agree that on your behalf, I tried to get your bill down? Yes or no?
You spoke to Nico to get him to re-agree.
Is that your way of saying yes?
If I say just a straight yes, the people who are watching who are interested in this information might think a different thing than the exact thing. So I have to clarify the exact thing.
Okay, let me ask you another question, and you're more than welcome. I'll give you the time to answer it the way you want to answer it. Did I one night sit at my computer and try and transfer? I can't remember, to be fair. You might remember. Was it 24,000 euros?
Yes.
Yeah. Did I try to transfer you 24,000 euros one night?
Yes.
And how much was I charging you for that loan?
I don't know. We never got that far because it just didn't work.
Come on, Lucien, please be honest. You know I said to you, I don't want anything. It was a favour.
We never got that far. I'm sorry. We never got that far. We
Really?
got to the point where we got to the point where you said, I don't like this Nico guy. He's not a real dealer. I don't like him. I don't want to have anything to do with him. I'm going to help you out. And I said, that's fucking awesome, man. Then you had an issue because I would have rather pay you off than pay off this other guy, because at the time we were on good terms, me and you. Then you had a technical issue, wouldn't go through. Then you had some other personal stuff that came about during the week after. And I said, okay, listen, you're not in the position. Let me just deal with it anyway. Thank you for the gesture. And we moved on. Okay. This was all previous to all the shit that went down.
And
okay.
You know
now, I don't mind you talking about this. I'll answer any question,
go
but we are drifting slightly off the point here. Me and you have our own grievances.
But
right now on this show, aren't we talking about Wizard? Aren't we talking about the people who got ripped off?
No, mate, not anymore. No? We're talking about me and you now.
Okay, that's fine. Okay, that's fine.
We're talking about me and you now, Nick, Oisin, because to this day, I've always, what's the right word? I found it very difficult to dislike you. You're a very likable and convincing character, but I'll say
I don't put people over, man, and I don't step away from them.
Well,
and
listen,
I'm a loyal
chap.
I'm a loyal person.
Why
I believe
are you
in friendship.
associating me last night with a shark?
And I believe in friendship, and I believe in loyalty, and I believe in standing by one another, even during the hard times. And I don't put cash before friendship.
I never.
And that's why I'm very likable. Give me 1 second. I'm going to grab a cigar for 1 second.
Yeah. Okay. I do put cash, for people watching now, I do put cash before friendship to some degree, especially when my friends are losing the cash. Let's have a look.
Excuse me, it helps me stay calm.
No, that's fine.
Possible.
1 second. Oh my God, we've got, right. Okay, so we've now got Archie waiting to come in, Tim and OC. Guys, listen, I love you all, but I think right now, for the moment at least, I would like for me and Oisin to get our grievances out in the open. I don't really think that we need any outside influences at the moment. Do you agree with that, Oisin?
It's your show, man. You call the shots. It's all good.
Well, listen, I don't want to sit here and try and character assassinate you or anyone else. What I feel is this. I feel in my heart that I did everything for you that I possibly could do until I was pushed into a corner where I had to make a choice between one person who I was friendly with and liked that wasn't getting paid and one person that I was friendly and liked that wouldn't pay and told me he wouldn't pay. And that became a very, very difficult situation for me. And the other thing is this, Oisin, and I'll speak and then you can have your reply. You're welcome.
Go ahead.
Is that you said things about me that aren't true. You insinuated that when I asked you for that AP, that I was trying to stiff you for it. Even when I told you that you would always get that back, that I never wanted any interest on it. And the moment that you paid me back, you could have the watch back. And the only reason I asked for the AP at that time, and let's be honest with me, please tell me the truth, is that you hadn't actually paid Spencer in full for it. So I wasn't really even asking to take your watch. I was asking to take a watch that you'd only half paid for, correct?
It was about 66%, 2/3%.
Well, whatever. But you know, but so why did you insinuate to people that I was trying to stiff you out of your AP? All I was trying to do is, Sheen, from a sensible business viewpoint, knowing that you'd already owed people money, knowing that you already owed some of my friends money, I wanted to be, why has it suddenly gone darker? I wanted to be sure that I was going to get my money back. We wasn't talking about a couple of £100. So to then insinuate that out of the kindness of my heart, when I'd offered to lend you that money, that you then insinuate to people that I'm trying to stiff you, that wasn't fair, Oisin. That wasn't gentlemanly. More importantly, it wasn't true.
Okay, well, you added up. First, we're friends. You don't like Nico. You don't like the
I
stink
never,
of it.
listen, I've never said I've never liked Nico.
Yes, you did.
I can't always get on with Nico's wildness.
You didn't like him, man. You didn't like him. You told me straight to my face.
Go on.
You wanted him out of my hair because you saw that I was in a dilemma.
I wanted you both out of each other's hair for the sake of the community.
Eventually, that's the way it went. But at first, it began there. That's why you were saying, here, I'll send you the money, get the fucker paid off, and you can owe me. And that's how we were doing it between friends, between apartment brothers. The tune changed later when you were like, okay, now I want the AP. The AP, to jog everyone's memory, at the time was at about 80 grand on the market. I was looking for 25.
I think it was about 50, wasn't it? I think.
No, it had gone way the hell up, okay? And it was in the middle of the spike, man. The thing actually was about 100 grand, over 100 grand here in Italy, but over in England, about somewhere between 80 and 90. And I didn't need 80 or 90, I needed 25. That's why it stank to me. It was very creepy, it was very weird, and you were giving me 3 months to pay it off. That's why I backed away. That's why I backed away from that, because I thought, this is weird, man.
Let me tell you something from a business viewpoint. Now, I've never been in the porn industry, right? Like as in a pawn shop, but I know plenty of pawnbrokers, and they always said to me, when I say to them, do you ever worry that people are not going to pay the money back? They say, Paul, if you do the job professionally and properly, you hope they don't pay you back.
Right, because then you walk away with a beautiful AP worth nearly
exactly.
100 grand. It's fucking awesome.
So my position on it was this, is that if I lent you that money, if you gave me that AP, which didn't actually all belong to you at the time, you're saying how much? 60% of it?
Yeah, I can't remember exactly the figures, but definitely.
That AP guaranteed 3 things. A, that you would pay the money back. B, that I'd get my money back. And C, that Spencer would get paid. I was killing.
Well, we'll never know what your true motives were, will we?
Well,
it's very talk is cheap, as you say, Paul, all the time. Talk is cheap.
Do you think, Oisin, do you think that I'm, whatever you might think I am, do you think I'm stupid enough or skint enough to rip you off for a poxy AP so that you could come on the channel and tell everyone I'd stole your watch?
You told me on the same. You told me on the same phone call that you had lent money to another chap who had given you about 150k worth of watches as collateral, and you made a joke that it would be really funny if he had a heart attack, because then you could walk away with those.
That's a joke.
Remember that?
That's a joke. That is a joke.
In that time,
you're going to try and turn a joke into a...
No. It was a joke. I understand that it was a joke, but you do have to understand that in my position, it did seem a little creepy. You didn't say, "Listen, send me the root beer." The root beer was worth about 25 at the time.
Because
you wanted the AP because it was worth 100 grand, dude.
No.
Face it. Accept it. Embrace it.
Accept it.
You 25 grand. Give me your root beer. That's worth 25 grand. Okay. Send me the root beer. That'll be collateral. That'll put the fire on
cover my friend
paid
Spencer.
Back. Then it would have been fine.
You keep pushing me to say things I don't want to say. So keep pushing us.
I'm just telling you everything I remember. It's the easiest thing. The truth is the easiest thing to remember, my friend.
And I will tell you exactly as it is, my friend. I wanted the AP because at the time you owed Nico, you was going to owe me, and you owed me mate Spencer. And I wanted all 3 of them's backs covered because you weren't paying none of them at the time. That's
everybody was being paid, and everybody
got paid eventually. But I'm explaining,
and not because of the coercion and the abuse and the harassment that I underwent. Not because of that.
I asked for the AP not because it was creepy or because it was worth. I didn't ask for the root beer because it didn't cover my friend Spencer and it didn't cover me.
It was 25 grand. That's all you. That was all that was needed. Spencer was owed 8,300. In the end, he owed me money. I sent him a no-date sub.
He didn't owe you money.
10.
He did. Owe you money. That's another.
He did. I sent him a sub for 10, which covered, and then he had to send me money back.
So let's get that story out. I wasn't going to mention that, but this is how clever you are. You are a professional gaslighter, my friend. Right? Spencer, you owed Spencer. Was it about 8,300? Was it? Was it
8,300? Yeah.
Okay, so he took the way that he got his last 8,300 back from you, and let me finish, and then you can say what you want to say. But everyone needs to hear this, right? Because this is what you're good at. You owed Spencer 8,300. He took a sub from you that he didn't particularly want, but he took
no-date sub. A watch dealer didn't want a no-date sub.
He didn't need it.
Man,
He didn't
that's
need it.
fucking. That's nice. I love that.
Oisin, he didn't need your non-date sub, but he took it because it was a way.
He needed his money back. He wanted
he
his
needed
money
his
back.
money back. You're right
Yeah.
on that point.
Mm-hmm.
Before that watch even landed on his desk,
Yes.
you took great pleasure in coming on your channel and telling people that Spencer owed you money. Give him a chance to get the goddamn watch before you tell people that he owes you money.
Myself and Spencer had negotiated a deal where I was sending him
Is
6
that or
watches.
is that not true?
It's not true.
It is
Because
true.
myself and Spencer had negotiated a deal just days before that, where I was going to send him 6 watches, steel watches. I was like, I'm sick of steel. I want gold. You've got 2 gold watches. I'm into those. We worked it out on the phone, and it was going to come in that he owed me 3 or 4 or 5,000. I can't quite remember what it was in the deal, and he would send that back to me. That whole deal went pear-shaped because of our little Dutch friend and his shenanigans going public with the entire fucking thing. There's some people in the audience going, I'm sick of hearing about Oisin's money trouble. I'm sick about hearing about it too, guys, but it ain't my fault that it all went public. Anyway,
Oisin,
it
sorry,
didn't happen.
One sec. Oisin, excuse me, 1 sec. Just stay there. Please don't go anywhere. 1 sec. Nico, can you hear me all right?
Hey, buddy. Yeah,
can you hear me?
You now. I just arrived there.
Okay, so I've got Oisin here as well.
Me?
Now, yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you.
Okay, now look, I would like to bring you on. Oh, God. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Nico, please get yourself sorted out because I want you on, but we can't work like this if you can't hear me. There's too much of a delay.
I can hear you. I can hear you perfectly.
I can, yeah, okay, all right. Now look, if I bring Oisin on, will you please do me a favour, both of you? Oisin, I know you can hear me as well. If you're going to shout at each other,
calm and collective.
There's no point in me having you both on. I will stay in the middle, and I want everyone to be able to speak individually before the other one answers. Oisin, do we have a deal on that?
Absolutely not. I will not speak to that ratbag scumbag.
No, I'm not asking you to speak to him.
I'm not speaking to. I'm not listening to his bullshit lies and his horse shit.
Okay, look, Nico. Look, you know, at the end of the day, hold on a second. Let me bring him back for a minute. All right, Shane. Look, at the moment, Nico, my main priority is for me and Oisin to sort out our differences.
There's a person on your screen who engaged in criminal activity with me.
Sorry,
I've
Nico,
been advised by my lawyer not to speak to him. So if there's that, that's one. You putting us both into the same room here is remiss, Paul, because this guy got up to criminal.
Teach me.
As in, it's not a good. It's not correct because
it's my show, so I bring on who I want.
Okay, but I'm telling you, I will not speak to him. I will not listen to him.
Okay,
I will begin to insult him if you force me.
Okay. Nico, will you do me a favour? Can you let me finish? Do you mind if I finish with Oisin and bring you on later?
Mate. Of course.
Is that all right? Thank you very much.
Just...
Thank you. I'll buzz you. Yeah, okay. Thanks, mate.
This shit is no fucking joke. It's no joke.
Oisin,
it's not to be taken lightly.
Let's stick to me and you. Okay?
Sure.
Let's stick to me and you.
That's fine.
So the problem for me is Oisin, is that I know that things haven't been all honey and roses for you. I accept that.
Mm-hmm.
And I've held out olive branches to you in the past. I've tried to be pleasant. You know, again, I could show that to the world. I have all the text messages. You know that I've tried. Okay. And each time you've thrown it back in my face, refusing to accept any side of the fact that all I basically did was try and help you. You became arrogant with me. You stood back arrogant with everyone.
You stood back and watched the person abuse and harass your friend.
Let's forget Nico for a minute. Let's forget Nico for the moment.
No, because Nico was the person involved in the crime.
Forget Nico.
I'm not forgetting Nico because he's an essential element.
Let's talk about someone else.
You did.
So if we agree that Nico is involved in some way, let's move on a little bit from Nico. Why did you then upset Spencer?
I told Spencer's
about the biggest gentleman that you could ever wish to meet in your life. He took you back to his home.
You're gonna let me answer?
Yeah. Sorry, go on.
Okay, I think I love Spencer too. I stayed in his home. He was a sweetheart, absolute sweetheart. Spencer, I told him not to be sharing private information between me and him to other people, to third parties. It was unprofessional. It was wrong. You don't talk about things between one another to another person. He said, oh, it's okay. It's just Paul and Nico. I said, well, Paul is one thing, but Nico's a whole other thing. Nico will use it and spread it around the whole bloody world. What happened, Paul? He did exactly that. I spoke again to Spencer then when we were trying to close up our own arrangements. We threw the other big deal in the can because it was everything was blowing up in our faces, especially in front of my face, and we closed it up. I told Spencer, can you please stop talking to that maniac? Haven't you learned? I'm trying to warn you. He's already, it's right in front of you. You can't see he's already done it. Please stop doing it. Our private business is our private business. I sent Spencer the tracking number for the No Date sub, okay, a watch he probably sold at a profit a few days later. It's the most sellable watch in the world. And in about 20 minutes, I got a text from our little Dutch friend going, I heard you settled up with Spencer. Good man. When are you going to settle up with me? That's why I got mad at Spencer. He fucking speed dialed his little dealer friend and told him straight away, probably under the impression that that Nico would keep it to himself. But of course, Nico can't keep a thing to himself.
No,
he got straight onto me, and that's why I got mad at Spencer, because I said, Spencer, you speed dialed the guy. I was
There's another way of looking at that. There's another way of looking at that. Because the way that I saw it was Spencer was actually trying to spread good news that, hey, because Spencer told everyone, just like me, Spencer's a peacemaker. Spencer tried to calm Nico down. He tried to calm you down. We both tried to calm you both down, but we were both stuck in the middle between a couple of fruit bats who weren't going to have any of it in any way, shape, or form.
I was not going to tolerate harassment, threats.
There are elements, Oisin. There are elements of what happened.
These are criminal acts. If I were to put you into the same thing,
Oisin, one second.
Sorry, go ahead.
1 second, because I'm just. I want to grab a drink. Can you hold on for 30 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead, man. I understand. How many people in the room? Everybody having fun? It's all coming out now, guys. Took a while, I have to say. It's been a fun year.
I don't like being a bad influence on my viewers, but tonight I'm afraid I'm going to do it. I'm going to have a cigarette and a drink while we're talking.
I'm smoking too, man. It's all good.
Listen, the thing is, this is the bottom line, right? Is that you appear to have a lot of hatred in your heart for a lot of people, right? And I just wonder why sometimes. Because
I was Nico's friend. Me and Nico hung out in London. I went on to Nico's stream one night. Me and him had beers till 8 a.m, laughing our asses off, just me and him. I had no grievances towards him or anything. In fact, when the shit hit the fan with Wizards, Stefano, that's his name. He goes by Wizard on the streams.
Yeah.
Today, Paul made a video about it. Didn't even mention his name. Mentioned my name plenty.
No, but I've come on here tonight.
Actual criminal, a person who's actually been ripping
time.
people off of hundreds of thousands of dollars. But anyway, that's a side note. When all of that shit went down, I still didn't think it was that Nico had anything to do with it. I was still under the impression that it was all the Wizard. Yes, the Wizard was the great genius mastermind behind it. I'm glad I didn't get fucked. I got fucked in other ways, let's face it. But I didn't get fucked for the money, that's for sure, or for the watches. And I wouldn't allow it to go ahead. But I was still under the impression, Nico probably still has the voice messages on his phone. I was still under the impression Nico was good to go. I was still good with you. I didn't have hatred in my heart for anyone. But shit started getting real, man. And I got doxxed. I got threatened. I got harassed multiple times, like over and over and over again. Then after I get harassed by dozens and dozens of people on my phone who tell me my address and to sleep tight, and they're coming for me. Then that lousy motherfucker comes on and calls me and records the call. I was inebriated. I was upset. I was depressed. I was a little scared about what the hell the following weeks were going to mean. and he gets me on the phone, and I'm a fighter. I'm a fighter. You don't push me around, I'll fucking push back. So then the guy records it and sticks it on his channel, and you had that son of a bitch on your channel ever since. In the past year, man, you've had him on your channel a few times.
Yeah,
I came for you. I came for you because you know I warned you.
I've let you on my channel tonight. I'm not scared of anyone, mate. You tell people you're a fighter.
I didn't fuck you. I didn't fuck you. I didn't dox you. I could dox you in 5 seconds. I didn't dox you. I didn't threaten you. I didn't send people after you.
I never doxed you. What are you talking about?
I know, but you supported a person who
I did not. Oisin, you're lying again.
He's on your fucking channel right now for crying out loud. How can you stare at the truth and just ignore it?
No,
you had him on your channel.
We have different.
If somebody did that to my friend,
on the premise,
I would never have them on my channel.
Oisin, do you work on the premise that your enemy has to be my enemy and your friend has to be my friend? Is that how you work?
That's kind of how friendship works.
No, not
Paul.
at all.
Whether you haven't learned it yet.
Nothing.
When somebody is your friend and they get attacked by a third party,
my friends.
you are now standing beside your brother.
No.
Supposedly,
you were both
and you go after the third party.
You were both.
What friendship is? Otherwise, what is friendship? What is loyalty? If it's not that. What is it? You stand by your brother. This guy got up to crazy.
You're not my brother.
And I'll repeat it: criminal behavior that put me in danger, put my daughter in danger. And
I think that's overstating it a little bit.
Really, she was staying with me at the time.
I do think
she knew her father. There was something wrong with her father when his hands were shaking.
Oisin, okay? You're talking to someone now.
Very fucking careful now, man. Be very careful, because I went about everything that I went through back then.
Oh, okay. Listen, let me tell you something.
It wasn't cool, and this guy, this apparent mate of yours, did this to your other mate. How do you feel about that? It has been a terrible disgrace.
Are you going to let me reply now? Are you going to let me reply now?
I'll finish my sentence first, if you don't mind. It was a terrible disgrace that you stood back and you watched that happen. Your only part that you tried to play was to get him paid. That's all you gave a shit about, was get him paid. It didn't matter about doxing. It didn't matter about harassment. It didn't matter about anything. And you told me on the phone, you're going to step down because that guy's got too big a channel and he could destroy my channel. And I'm sorry. And then
no, I was talking about you. I was talking about
you were talking about you. You were talking about you. You got on the phone. You said, listen,
listen, you're going to have to give me 10 minutes. If you can give me 10 minutes, I'll play the voice messages, Shane. Please don't make me embarrass you, because I have the voice messages on my phone. Now let me have my say, right? The thing with Nico and yourself is that you were both my friends, and on numerous occasions, whether you didn't hear it or not, but there'll be plenty of people that will tell you that on numerous occasions, I've said it on many occasions that doxing is wrong. Right, on numerous occasions, I never ever once backed or supported the doxing of your address, ever.
And you shouldn't.
I didn't. I know I
give you a round of applause for that.
No,
it's fucking. No, you should go without saying.
But you're not supposed to accuse me of supporting it either, when I clearly didn't support it.
You told everyone that Nico did not dox me. At the time, you said he didn't dox me. He only put me on to one WhatsApp group, which isn't true. He put me onto several because I got threats from New York, from PA, from London, from all around Britain, from Italy, of course, north and south. Okay, I was on huge damage control, coming after all these assholes who were spreading bullshit lies that I owed $42,000 and that I never sent any watches. Nico exaggerated, amplified the whole thing because he was trying to build the ire of all the people to come at me. And that's exactly what they did. A lot of people trust you in the watch community.
Yep.
You were the guy who put the glue together between us all, correct? You were the big daddy. You were the experienced man with more experience than anyone else, and is now retired as a watch dealer. You could have come on and said, listen, what's going on? Like, Oisin, he owes him $9,000, but what he's been doing for that $9,000 is that's not
Oisin,
cool.
What you're saying sounds
you play the middleman, and when you play the middleman and stand back and watch your friend get abused and destroyed, then you're part of it. You're culpable. And you were doing it again tonight with the Wizard situation because you never mentioned the man who's been protecting him, who protected Nico.
What you're trying to do now,
I have messages from one of the victims right here of Roman vouching for the Wizard.
And I have messages on my phone that says they don't want anyone's name mentioned. Anyone. Anyone.
That's not a moral position, man. Just because the
it's easy for you to say that because you wasn't in that position, was you?
If I said that, and I was owed a shitload of money from Stefano, I perhaps would have. If I said that exact thing, I would have been guilty too. I want my money back. Let other people get fucked. Let the guy run amok. Let him continue to rob from other people. If I get my money back, by the way, I'll remind you, if he paid these people back, he would have paid them with money he stole from other people. He would have used his stolen money from other people to pay them back.
I think you're probably right. I think you're probably right. But the message that was coming back to us,
make that happen. He would have had to fuck other people, and he would have gotten away with it. He's been getting away with it now for about a year. I wasn't listening to it anymore because I'm crazy, the crazy, drunk, scruffy Irish man who doesn't speak sense.
But you did know about it. You did know about it some way back, Oisin, too. You knew about it some way back too.
And I told everyone.
Well, I don't ever recall you telling. I mean, I'm not saying you didn't, but what I'm saying is, if you did, it certainly didn't go around the community like it's going around now, did it?
Know the whole story. They know
why was no one else talking about it?
They was the architect of it. They know that Nico was the henchman who came in with his madness, and this is his way of making it go ahead. They know they left me high and dry for 10 weeks. They knew I was held ransom for all that money and those watches. They knew that both of them tried to fuck me, and they had the protection of men, very important men, very powerful men in the watch world, like Roman Sharf. Roman was the first person to come on. He paid a $500 super chat to come on to Tim's stream and defend Nico right in front of everybody. May God forgive him.
Well, look, I can't speak for anyone else, and I'm more interested in mine and your issues and our differences.
You got nothing to apologize for, remember? You got nothing to apologize, correct?
What, to you?
Yes.
You tell me what I've got to apologize to you for. Don't fucking laugh at me, mate. I'm not an idiot.
I think it's disgusting. It's not. I don't find it funny. I'm laughing because I think it's disgusting and disgraceful. You owe me 1,000 apologies. There aren't enough apologies you could offer to me to fix that, because you stood back and you watched it happen. And
the
you let it happen.
Of me apologizing.
Listen,
you need to get off your high horse, mate. Listen,
it's not a high horse. I'm down on the floor trying to defend myself from attackers for $9,000. This wizard guy went out and ripped off people, probably of millions, and not a fucking word.
Take it up with him. You take that up with him. I'm talking to you. This is between me and you. I've never even met the wizard. Screw the wizard.
You wouldn't even say his name today. You've known about it for ages behind
because
the
video wasn't about him.
That video
wasn't about him. That video wasn't about him. Tonight's video is about him. The video earlier on was about you lying to the community, lying to people, and insinuating that I was a shark, right? Involved. You said sharks don't bite each other. Like me and Stefano are like in it together. I've never even met the guy, right?
I know.
I've only ever met him a couple of times on the stream.
Let's admit that you never mentioned everything going on because the guy was being protected by Roman. The guy was
not at all.
Operating under Roman. Roman was aware of all of the stuff going down. The entire side, our side, if you want to put it, the anti-cartel, if you want to call us that, have been screaming out to Roman to make everything right with all these people who are owed hundreds of thousands of dollars. Things that make my transgression only when
did you speak to Roman about it then?
I didn't speak to Roman, no.
You just said that you've all been
crying out to Roman, as in publicly. We're going on, just like I did publicly on
where though, because this is the first I know. I've not seen.
Maybe you're not watching all the streams. It was happening last night. It was happening in the past few days. Now that all the stuff is hit,
not talking about the last 24 hours. We're not talking about the last 24 hours. I'm talking about since like about August, June, July last year. I have not seen this come up in the community at all, apart from one post that OC put out sometime last year where he was hinting at it. Now, I'm not saying that other people haven't spoken about it, but what I'm saying
I think OC is also remiss. I'm sorry to say it, but OC should have come forth too, because people were still I could scream all of this shit, but people just negate it. There's people in the chat right now negating everything that I'm saying. So I'd lost all credibility. My reputation was destroyed. So as much as I was saying, listen, These guys tried to fuck me. These guys, these are the details. I didn't handle it very well. I could have handled it better, but these are the details.
Oh, so
they were trying to fuck me, and I stopped them. I didn't let them fuck me. They didn't like it. They did not like it one bit, and that's why they came screaming. That's why your Dutch friend came screaming and did all of that, engaged in all of that ridiculous behavior. And he was being supported. He should have been shunned. He should have been an outcast for behaving in that manner, especially to your friend, Paul. I was your friend back then.
Do you know what, though?
Instead, he was not scrutinized. He was not scrutinized. He was not ridiculed. The guy came on your bloody streams one night, and it's you and Adrian Barker and Spencer. All right, Nico, how's it going, Nico?
You didn't do yourself any favors. You didn't do yourself any favors, Oisin, when at first it was just Nico that you was owed money to, and then it was other people as well. And there seems to be a common denominator with yourself, unfortunately, is that it's everyone else's fault. It was Spencer, and Spencer
understood my issues with the bank, like everybody understood Nico's issues with his bank previous to that, months previous to that. Everybody understood. I wasn't holding back in anyone's money. People were being paid off. When you want to rip someone off, you don't pay them off. You rip them off. You walk away with the money. You don't do that. They were being paid off. I was at the final stages and to the last money to be paid off. And all of this shit hit the bricks. And I hit the bricks because of it. And I've been paying ever since. Every single day. Every single day I get threats. I get people trying to hack my phone, my email. I get people saying, pay Nico, pay Spencer, etc., etc. Even though all the shit's been paid off now nearly a year, I still get it. I'm still paying.
Oisin, can we go just right back for a minute? Just let me just check these messages because there's something in the chat that I want to make sure is removed. One second.
Do you have a moderator, someone to?
Yeah, I do. I just want to check something. Hold on. Okay. Guys, mods, if you're watching, if there's any doxing of anyone's address in the comments, please remove it ASAP. That's not
somebody
you.
Else trying to dox me now?
No, it's not you actually.
Or is it you? Okay.
No, it's not me either. It's someone else.
Don't dox Stefano, guys. Like everybody wants to dox Stefano now, probably because let's face it, he is a mastermind and a criminal, and he's been ripping people off for a long time, probably way longer than this. Only now we're a community on the internet, so it's all coming to light. Don't dox the man, because if you do, you're actually making yourself guilty too, guys. Don't do that because it's illegal. You can't be doing that kind of stuff.
Guys, just one thing. Sorry I've been ignoring your comments for the last half hour or so, but I think you can probably understand why.
Been a tad distracted.
Yeah. Oisin, look, listen, let's go back to the very beginning.
Yeah.
What was my advice to you when all this kicked off?
Getting paid off. You were just why
did I say getting paid off?
With the money.
Why did I say getting paid off? Yeah, but come on, let's be honest. What were my reasons for telling you to pay him?
Because you knew that it would become ugly.
Exactly. My advice to you as a friend,
was going to go fucking crazy.
I think a lot of people know me. I think a lot of people know me fairly well. And I think when I say to them and to you, my advice to you was the best from my heart. My advice to you was, mate, pay him off and then argue about it afterwards. But for God's sake, just pay the man, get it done, and then talk about it later. Don't let it go public. Don't let it ruin your career. Don't let it ruin your reputation. Don't let it ruin your life, because it's
he was being paid off. He was being paid off for the sake of $9 it all went up in the air. He was being paid off.
I know he was.
There was a time after he was harassing me and threatening me and doxing me. I took a little bit of my time. I took care of other people before I went to him. Yes,
you told me.
And there's a lot of people still can't believe I ever paid him the $9. By the way, when they found out that I paid him the $9, they were like, I wouldn't have paid him a penny after what happened. But I did it. And I paid the dude. I did it quietly.
You did the right thing.
I heard from you immediately, which means you're in cahoots too. You were one of the first people. You would send me a text saying, I heard you paid off Nico. Good move. That's what you said. That was your exact text. Yeah.
So I wasn't in cahoots.
In other words, Nico picked up the phone.
Hold on a minute.
Oh, my buddy, my mate, We got the money out of him.
Well, that's the way
finally.
you could look at it, but you could look at it with a
I
more.
do look at it that way.
You could look at it in a more generous way. If you knew me better than you think you know me, I actually meant what I said. Well done, good. You done the right thing. Well done. I was being gentlemanly in saying, nice.
And
one,
I didn't reply
thing.
because I didn't reply. Right? Do you remember?
Because you
I
took
didn't
it the
reply.
wrong way. You took it the wrong way.
No, because there was never any question about Nico being paid. When you
Well,
have a bank that
can't
shuts
say
you
that.
down,
No,
you can't just pull money out of your
Oisin, you
ass. And
can't-
if
I
you
know
do get
that.
any money, you pay it to the people
But
who
you
have been a little
can't
nicer to
say-
you in that moment.
You can't say in one breath that you was always going to pay him and then admit to me you told me you wasn't going to pay him. Right? You admit to me, you just admitted it. You said, I did say at one time that I wasn't going to pay him.
You're crushing those facts together. We're talking about months apart. One thing is he's being paid. He's getting. I was on the phone to Stephen, his business partner, working it all out, saying, "Hey, I'm going to send you this. Can you see it in your account?" And then I sent him more money. Now, unfortunately, too many months went by, and that's absolutely on me because of all the shit I was going through. But yes, by the time the guy went fucking postal on me, I was in no mood. I would rather. Spencer picked up the phone and went, why don't I pay him? And then you can owe me. And I said, Spencer, don't do it. I'd rather pay you. You haven't doxed me. You haven't threatened me. You haven't done it. I'll rather pay you now. The little shitbag can wait for his $9,000. That was my attitude. But you can't push those two moments all together and say that I was contradicting myself. Those moments were months.
Yeah,
it
was separate. It was separate.
It stuns me that after a year,
yeah,
you guys still aren't clear about everything that went down.
No, I'm
now
not
that
clear.
all the shit is coming out about Wizard.
You know something? I will put my hands up.
All the other guys said, had I sent those watches, I would have never seen a dime. In the end, I paid a big price for it, but I had the right stance. I stood my ground. I said,
one thing I will say,
sending
because
you
I'm always big enough to admit when I don't know something, right? I still admit to this day that when I had you, I'm just going to tell you as it is now, right?
Yes.
I had you in one ear and Nico in the other, right? Like the phone was ringing, like as I'm speaking to you, my phone's beeping and it's Nico. And
I've no doubt the guy's real good.
And I'm getting both sides.
10,000 times. He did it to me at 3 a.m. in the middle of the night. Don't get out of his mind.
I'm getting it in both ears.
So you sure he wasn't recording the conversations too, man? You're probably lucky. You're probably lucky, man. You're a very clever man. You're very calculated. I'll give you that. And you're probably lucky that you didn't turn against him because he probably would have done the same fucking thing to you. Okay?
Mate, I never,
because the first thing out of his mouth was he was going on his blog. The first thing out of his mouth with me, I have to put it on my blog. Sorry, Oisin, I have to put it on my blog. I'm like, excuse me, you're threatening me. I'm trying to band-aid the fuck up here that Wizard was the architect of, and you're gonna go ahead and threaten me? Are you out of your mind? That was the first shit he said, and then of course in the end he did. And he stuck it all over the bloody internet. It's still out there for people to find. If you want to hear me at my lowest point, it's right there, and it ain't ever going away. This is why forgiveness isn't exactly my priority, Mr. Thorpe. Okay.
Sorry, say that last bit again. I've got about
forgiveness isn't exactly my priority, Paul, because you're underplaying it like we just had a little spat between 16-year-old girls in a fucking school.
Well, I think it was, to be honest with you.
It was pretty heavy. It was pretty bloody heavy.
No, the spat between me and you was 16-year-old schoolgirl stuff because basically, Shane, you wouldn't listen. You wouldn't take my advice to get it done without.
I'm not going to take. What was your advice to pay a maniac?
My advice was to get it done without the bloodshed.
He was being paid. He was in the process.
So
why didn't
that's very short-sighted. Why didn't you pay? Before the bloodshed? Why did you only pay after the bloodshed? That was unnecessary. The whole thing was unnecessary.
I never paid because of any bloodshed or any coercion or any threats. The more threats that came in, the more I stood my ground. I stood my ground. You don't come around and harass people, and especially when they're trying to bandit a situation that you created. He created this thing. Him and the Wizard were in concert. One day, I didn't even know I was dealing with Nico. I was talking to Wizard the entire time. 3 months went by. I was talking to Wizard. Then one day I got a wire from a Nico Vanderhorst in Northern Ireland. I'm like, how the fuck is Nico involved in this? What the hell has he got to do with this? He was acting in concert with the wizard. The guy comes on, he wants to fix it and go to Canada. He can start with looking in the mirror if he wants to fix it, because he was acting in concert with the wizard the whole time. God knows how many other lousy deals he did with other people who don't happen to have a channel.
I can tell you this. Is in all the hundreds and hundreds of emails that I get, complaints about people, I've never had one complaint about Nico, and that's the truth. Not one.
Well, you have a big one there, man.
Well, I've got one from you. Everyone knows about that. But what I'm saying is, Oisin, is I've never had a single complaint about Nico owing anyone any money.
Okay, well, I've actually pulled the thread on Nico. Everybody knows that, and I heard plenty about the guy, and it all made sense.
Well, they haven't told me.
All right,
and you think they, and I'm not going to.
I've been telling. I told you that stuff. I called you one night, and I was talking to a guy who makes Netflix documentaries, and I said, I think I want to make a documentary about the scumbag underworld of watches. And you told me to back off because half of them were criminals, and I could not be putting myself in harm's way.
Yeah, but I'm not talking about
me. And I told you it was a lot of it was about Nico because of his history in the Netherlands.
Let me elaborate on that.
Eric,
you've got to back it up with facts. You've got to back it. First of all, Oisin,
I wasn't in Holland, but I have the people. I have Jasper and I had what's his name, fucking Eric, call me, and they said, we know this guy. We've been watching from afar. This guy left Holland years ago. We know all about him. We've been dealing with him for decades.
For your sake and for mine, okay. For your sake and for mine, we're not immune to legal process. We can't talk about people in that way legally. They're not here to defend themselves. I don't even know who you're talking about. So I prefer that you don't put yourself and me at risk by defaming people on the internet. Okay, so it's not a good idea. Let's stick to the facts and me and you, right?
Okay, but you just said that you never heard anything weird about Nico. I heard plenty. That's what I'm saying.
Well, I've heard plenty of weird stuff.
And I spoke to you about it before me and you fell out. What reason would I have to invent?
But what I'm saying is, I hear all sorts of weird things about all sorts of people. But if you believe everything you hear, you're going to find yourself in a whole heap of trouble.
Well,
I believe what I see.
Well, is
I
at
believe
least
what I see.
And you didn't see him dox me, and you didn't see
I saw him
scam, and you didn't see
I didn't
him
see the scam.
put all that shit across the internet, and you didn't see. I have the photo from the WhatsApp group here with my picture, telling people it's $42,000. Where's the damn thing now that I need it? $42,000 owed, no watches, no nothing. This is at a moment when I owed him 9 or
Here's
11.
The problem, we talk about, as I said, you do force me into corners I don't really want to go in.
It's because I'm speaking the fucking truth, man.
Okay, so let's speak the truth then. I've never had one single complaint about Nico, but I've had lots of complaints about you from people who will back it up.
Okay, I mean that's fine. I mean you can come to your own conclusions with that. I've had plenty of people say lots of shit about you, my friend.
But can they back it up?
In those cases, can they back it up? You don't want me to go there, man.
you
Alex,
go where you like. You go where you like.
This is not good, man. You don't want to do that. Don't walk into it. Don't walk into it, man. Don't do it. We may not be friends, but I don't want to see you.
I have
right in front of 1,000 people right now.
To hide. I have nothing to hide. Mate, I've got nothing to hide.
Okay, well, let's just put it this way.
Yeah.
Because I'm not into, going to that level here. But let's put it this way. You're saying you never heard anything bad about Nico, right? You heard lots of bad about me. I heard lots of bad about Nico. I heard lots bad about you. Okay. Whether you accept that or not, fine.
Oh, I accept it. I've read it. If it became a shock.
Okay. Right. So Nico is famous for going postal on people, harassing them, screaming at them. This is why Mondani, what's her name? She kicked him out of the fucking groups that she had because he was screaming at people.
Yeah.
And this is why Eric kicked him out of the groups in Amsterdam, in the Netherlands. This shit was going down. You had one big example where there's smoke, there's fire. And that one big example that you could see in full detail was happening to your friend. I mean, what more do you need?
Oh,
you got the smoking gun. You got the smoking gun in your hand, dude.
All the stuff you're talking about, Oisin, I've never seen any of it.
Well, you saw what he did to me.
I saw what happened between you two. But what I'm saying to you is, all this stuff that you're talking to me about.
Perhaps you supported what.
When
he
you
did
mention a guy called Eric in Amsterdam, You might as well be
Okay. Well, we can pull all of those threads and go through all of that stuff at a later point. For the sake of immediacy, right now, speaking about it, I'm telling you, and I spoke to you about it before we even fell out. I got you on the phone. I was asking you if you wanted to be a person on the little documentary too, and you said, not unless it's a shitload of money, because I'll be putting myself in harm's way. That's what your answer was, right? And it was a perfectly valid answer. But this was a long time before all the shit came out. So I had no reason to invent any of this stuff.
Let me clarify something, Shane, for anyone that's wondering, because there's probably people that I will be wondering, and I wouldn't blame them. When you mentioned to me about a documentary and would I like to feature on it, and I said, not unless it was going to pay me enough to emigrate and never be seen again. Exactly. The reason is because when I say there are some bad people involved in the watch business, I'm not talking about just the watch business. I'm talking about the money business.
Right.
Money, drugs, watches, jewelry. There are some seriously big people that have money invested in our industry.
Yes.
Okay. And I'm not talking about dealers. I'm not talking about Spencer or Roman or Watch Eric or anyone else. We're all bit part players. I'm talking about some of the country's heaviest mobsters have money involved in big businesses, whatever it might be, drugs, cars, money, watches. It just so happens that they all have money invested in watches. And my advice to you was, if you go down that route, you best be very careful and know who you're getting involved with. Yeah. But I wasn't insinuating that. I didn't include people like, anyone that we know as such.
No.
I'm talking a whole different level. I'm talking mob level.
Yes.
Right? Because in Italy, and you'll probably know this, I knew 2 Italian watch dealers at the Munich Watch Fair that had a row in the foyer one week. The next watch fair, I was told that one of them was shot dead at a bus stop the following week.
Well, yeah, we have the mafia here.
That's heavy. Yeah. So what my advice to you was, my advice to you as a friend was, don't go down that route unless you know exactly where you're going and who you're talking about.
And I took your advice, and I definitely made a note of that advice. I'm only bringing that up because Nico and his character was coming to my attention. I used to love the dude. He was a good laugh. But then all of this shit began to go down. I began to put pieces together. There was an attempted fraud against me, an attempted scam against me that I resisted. And now all the ugly guts were coming out of the beast. And I got onto you on the phone because I considered you my best consigliere for these kind of things. And you told me to back off of that because you could wind up, face down in the canal here, dead. And that's a separate thing. I'm bringing that up because I'm telling you that I already knew about Nico's character and what he was capable of. When you guys went to meet him, okay, and you went for that famous dinner when all the tune changed with me, by the next day, everything was very fucking different. And all of a sudden, you better send me your $100,000 AP for a $30,000 loan and all of that shit.
It wasn't that. Come on, Oisin, you can't put it that way.
That's exactly. I remember the entire chronology. It is fair. It is fair. Your tune changed after that meal that you all had together.
No, I'm talking about the way that you dealt with the AP. I'm talking about. Okay, I know what you're talking about. Sorry, I now know what you're talking about. The night we went for a meal. So let me clarify what that was. And this is actually
you don't have to defend yourself on that.
I'm just defending the chronology. I'm telling the viewers, right? Because I want them to know how it happened. This is how gentlemanly Spencer had been and how gentlemanly I had been up until this point. Yeah. We went out for dinner one night, me, Spencer and Nico, and we're sitting at the table and somehow you came up in a conversation, and it wasn't until it wasn't.
That's a euphemism. That's a euphemism for Nico Vanderhorst.
No, I tell you what it is. It's a euphemism for is that none of us knew that you owed 2 of them money and was also going to borrow money off of me. So all of a sudden, not 1 penny dropped, not 2 penny dropped, but 3 pennies dropped. And when I realised that you owed Nico and Spencer, because Spencer had been a complete gentleman and not even told me that you owed him money. When it came out, that's when I thought, well, I tell you what, Paul, I don't think I can afford to lend you all that money and not have some sort of security, not only for me, but also for Spencer. That's why I asked you for the AP, that wasn't even all yours in the first place. Spencer still owned a part of it. You know damn well that I would have given you, I would have took the AP and I would have given you that back because I told you without a single penny interest, right? Without a single penny. And I was going to lend you that money without any security until I realized that you owed a lot of other people money as well. And then I thought, I can't take the risk.
Oh, I understand what the proposition was and why the whole thing was put. It was just really weird that the watch you were asking for was worth 3 times the money. That
not in our business. It's not.
It's just weird.
It's not in our business. It's standard practice. You know,
when I put the phone down from you that morning, you called me and we had that conversation. When I put it down, I heaved a sigh because I was like, "What the fuck just happened?" Well, then
you just don't understand, Nick, mate. Listen, you just don't understand, or you haven't been around the watch industry. Let me tell you something: is that the general rule of thumb in the watch business? If you lend someone, if someone needs to borrow something from you, if someone needs a cash injection, the general rule of thumb is you take at least twice what they're borrowing.
Well, your proposition was very much at least twice. It was about 3 times.
Well, don't forget, Oisin, not all of that watch was yours. So let's deduct that as well, please.
Well, it would have been fully mine had we done the thing. You would have been paying.
I would have been buying Spencer's debt.
You were lending money to your friend to pay off, to finish the payments.
To pay another friend.
Yes. Yeah. That's exactly what it was.
That's not a very good deal for me, is it?
Well, if I wasn't able to pay you off in time, it would have been a fantastic
deal. Do you know
what
would have happened?
It would have been the deal of the century.
Oisin, you know me in your heart. What do you think would have happened if you'd have come to me at the end of that 3 months and said, Paul,
I have no idea.
I haven't got the money. Would you want to know? Shall I tell you what would have happened?
Well, words are cheap, as you say. Words are cheap, man. It's all about actions.
I'll stand by my words. What I would have done is said to you, look, I'll tell you what I do, Oisin. I need my money back. What we'll do is we'll sell the AP, whatever we get for it. I'll take what you owe me. You take the rest. Job done. I don't need the money,
Words are cheap. Words are cheap, dude. No. I mean, I don't know. I don't know that. And I didn't know that. And it went from a friend. It went from a friend going, hey, let me help you out. I never liked that guy in the first place.
Yeah.
Let's fix this. To that. And it was very weird. It felt odd. It felt uncomfortable.
And it only went that way.
I turned you down and I said, no, let me deal with it myself.
I'm actually glad you did. But it went that way. The only reason it went that way, from a loan with no strings attached, right, to I need your AP, was because in between that, I'd found out that you owed Nico money and Spencer money. Well, I knew.
That's fine.
So I lost my trust. Well, not my trust. Yeah. No, hold on. I didn't lose my trust. I lost some belief in your ability to pay me.
And then it all makes sense. Ask me for the AP and it's happy days, no matter which way it goes. I figured that out on the phone call.
No. I tell you what the happy days would have been is if you didn't pay, I was going to get my money back. Spencer was going to get paid for his watch and you was going to get the balance.
Isn't it a disgrace that everybody was paid? And all of this shit just came to light, and this guy was a thief behind it all. The wizard chap, was it really fucking worth it for the $9,000 for Spencer?
Mate, listen, I can't really talk about Stefano because I actually have. Well, I've got a massive super chatting. I've got to take this. I can't tell you anything really about Stefano because honestly,
you go ahead and take the super chats. And
I don't know anything about him.
Let me take a peek.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Well, I've got a big super chat coming, so I've got to take this. Let's have a look. What made you trust him so much, Pete the Greek? I think we've been through these. Yeah, we've been through those. Hold on a second. I hope I've... Guys, if I've missed your super chats, I'm really, really sorry. I hope you understand why. Maldives, $99.99. Have you discussed the fates coming out of Turkey? Only on a video that I did some time ago in Maldives, but that's not really been in the discussion this evening. Is there any reason why you wanted us to deal about that tonight? I really appreciate your super chat. Thank you so much for that. Can I recap on what's happened? Blimey. I'd run out of breath. Guys, I haven't ignored any of your chats tonight. If you've left comments for us that I haven't read out, be they pro me or against me, I've not ignored them. I'm just too busy in a discussion with Oisin. So I'm really, really sincerely apologise. Actually, at this stage, I'm going to ask you not to send me any super chats because there's about, believe it or not, guys, there's over 3,000 messages come through here. And there's absolutely no way that I'm going to be able to read them. So please do not send any more super chats because I very much doubt that I'm going to be able to get round to them. If you have super chatted me and I haven't got round to it, please let me know in the next live stream and I'll make up for it there. Really sorry about that. Some of these I have read out. Yeah. Yeah, I've read that one out as well. Yeah. Okay, hopefully I'm pretty much up to date, but please no more super chats, guys. Thanks. Look, Oisin, let me ask you this. At what stage do 2 men or 3 men, because believe it or not, and I know this is absolutely crazy, one day I'd like to be able to try and get you and Nico to shake hands. I know that's never going to happen, and I know you're going to laugh, but let me ask you, I'm an older guy, let me ask you something, mate, right? Yeah. At what stage does 2 or 3 grown men just go, do you know what? Life's too short. What the hell? No one lost a limb, right? Life's too short.
I mean, look.
Let me ask you the second question, and you can ask both together. And what do you gain by it?
And what do I gain by what?
What do any of us gain by being on bad terms?
Listen, I was violated, okay, in a pretty disgusting manner. I was trying to defend myself from getting ripped off. What happened after that was nothing short of abhorrent and disgusting, and in many people's book, unforgivable. I'm not going to sit here and make it seem like I'm the problem because I'm reacting to being violated, because I'm defending myself, because I have to keep telling people that someone tried to fuck me and then they fuck me in other ways.
Okay,
you know,
let me
I'm not going to sit here and make it look like I'm the guy holding all the grudges. It's like walking up to a rape victim going, "Oh, get over it, darling." No. Okay. I'm going to use the analogies, whether you figure them out or not. I'm going to use the analogies. An analogy is an analogy for a particular reason, okay?
Yeah, but
I'm not saying anybody's a rapist. That's what a metaphor means.
You know, look, Oisin, here's another thing then. Let me, you know, and I'm questioning you now as an interviewer rather than 2 people talking about each other, right? Do you ever stop to think that when you have a line of people behind you, and I'm not saying that you have a line, but you have a few people behind you, right, that are saying things about your past behaviour and the way that you've dealt with them, and some of the things that I've seen you with my own eyes, the way you spoke to Blondie the other week, I didn't appreciate.
Okay.
You know, look, whether you like her or whether you don't, I don't think it's very nice to be using that word against a woman. Okay. That's disrespectful. Have you ever looked, do you ever stop and think, you know what? Maybe I am at wrong. Maybe I'm at fault sometimes. Maybe I should listen to people.
Well, every time.
Because no one's always right, Oisin. No one's always right.
Every time, of course not. Of course not. All I'm doing is defending myself for the things I need to defend myself on, the things that I think that I was wrong about. I mean, you inject the Blondie thing. You don't know what's been going on.
No, I don't. No.
Okay.
I don't, no.
So, and I told everyone I refused to say what's been going on.
Yeah.
But
that's good.
The girl needed to be stopped. The girl needed to be stopped, and I think she may have stopped now. Because I was a gentleman, I was a super gentleman up until then, and then the nasty remarks and the spreading of bullshit continued.
Okay,
and I'm sorry that she's female, but it doesn't mean that she's not capable of all sorts of horrible shit. So,
believe me, I accept that. Believe me, I accept that.
So a woman quite often can spread a message better than a man, right?
Yeah.
So
I agree with that.
It wasn't my proudest moment. I'll say that for sure.
That's what I'm saying. Why give people ammunition?
Listen, if you're talking,
it's not a good idea, is it?
Well, probably not. But listen, I don't go on whether people like me or not. I'll just tell the fucking truth. That's all I'll do. That's all I do. I see it right in front of me. I go, there's a thing right in front of me. There it is, and I'm saying it. Now, some people don't want me to say it.
Yeah.
Some people just don't like me out of the gate anyway. They just don't like the way I speak, the way I look, whatever the hell they don't like about me or what I say.
Let's forget all that though, mate. You tell the truth. You tell the truth as you see it at times.
As I see it. Yeah, would you rather me tell someone else's truth to how someone else sees it? I see the truth and I say my truth. This is what
confuses me with you. You're clearly a far more intelligent man than I in an educational viewpoint. No, from an educational viewpoint, you are better educated than me. but for your education, you don't seem to have the sense sometimes when to know where to draw the line.
Well, that's definitely a character flaw that I have. I'm not sure what that has to do with this larger argument, but you know,
because it's not just me that you've done it with. This is what I'm saying: is there is a small queue of people standing behind you, Oisin, who all have one thing in common. And that's you don't like them because you feel they've done something to you. What it's like the mum that watches the soldiers marching down the road and she says, "Look at my little Johnny, he's the only one in step." You know, and that's you sometimes. You know, you have a number of people that have had problems with you, but it's always their fault. Always. I've not once have I heard you say or be big enough to go, "Do you know what? I actually screwed up there. I got that wrong," right?
Well, I told everyone if I could go back in time.
Yeah.
The minute I got that money wired through, I should have reversed it. That was my first big mistake. No, sorry, my first big mistake was doing deals with.
You're going right back now, right? Yeah, that was before I come onto the scene with it, so I don't know about that. But
so yes, I made some big mistakes. I made huge mistakes. I made a mistake of answering Nico on the phone and chewing him out on the phone when I was drunk and upset after being harassed by 100 people. I made a terrible mistake by even not picking up the guy's call. But I did it. I made lots of mistakes. I'm paying for them. Believe you me.
Yeah, I'm talking about, but you're talking about mistakes that have potentially damaged you. What about mistakes that have potentially damaged or upset other people? Let me tell you something, right? In me, you did have a very good friend, right? Believe it or not, you did have someone that you could trust. I stood by you when it came to an argument between yourself and producer Michael. I did not want to upset Michael. I really didn't want to upset him.
You didn't know him then.
But I still didn't want to upset him.
Well, he probably never saw that video because at the time you guys were complete strangers.
Trust me when I see you. He saw it. Oh, okay. 100%. Because we've joked about it 100 times since.
Okay, fair enough.
He saw the video. So to say to me that I sided with Nico because of views and clicks, you got to admit that's a little bit far-fetched when I had a lot more to gain with Michael than I did with Nico. Right.
Well, first of all, you didn't know Michael at the time. You didn't get to know Michael till a year after that. I was very thankful that you stood up for me that time. And I stood up for you, as I told you many times. I stood up for you in private, quietly. Okay, a lot of people have reached out to me saying a lot of shit, and I go, I like Paul. He's my friend. He's never done anything bad to me. So whatever you think, you can go ahead and think. But my friend is my friend, and until he fucks me over, I have no reason to have any grievances with the man. For me, loyalty and friendship. I had a friend in you. Well, let me tell you, man, friendship doesn't mean anything while everything's rosy and easy. When you find out where your real friends are is when the shit hits the bricks and when things get tough. Then you find out who your true friends are who are going to stand by you.
Sometimes, as you know, there's also a little bit of tough love, right? I have to tell my kids and my grandkids sometimes things they don't want to hear. And
I know.
I had to tell you things that you didn't want to hear.
Yeah, I mean, that was your position that you took. I think it was erroneous. I think you should have called Nico and you should have said, "Stop. You maniac, stop." One of us will get you paid. Oisin will get you paid. He's already paying you.
No.
He's already paying you. He's nearly there.
Can I
He's
just
having a
say,
little bit of difficulty.
I did.
He's my friend. Please stop harassing my friend.
I did.
It was real tough, right?
Come
you
on,
weren't able to do that.
Listen. I did ask Nico to stop. I did fight your corner until you told me you wasn't. I'm not going to keep swearing on the channel because I try not to on this channel, right? But your basic words were, "F that. There's no way this son of a bitch is getting any money." That's
actually,
when you lost
actually,
me.
What I then changed it. You remember, I told him I'd give him it in a big bag of pennies. You remember? I was like, you know what? He'll get his fucking money because I never steal anyone's money. But he'll get it in a weird way. I'm going to get a big bag of pennies, of 9 grand of pennies, and leave them on his fucking doorstep.
Oisin, what I'm saying is, mate, is that is when you lost me. When you said, F him, right. I'm not giving him anything. At the time, you also spent some money, and I thought, you know what? I can't put up with this shit anymore. You know, I've asked you nicely, please pay. You know, I wanted you to stay out of trouble so much that I offered to pay your debt for you. It's only through the grace of God and the weird system between the British and the Italian banking system that you never got 24,000 euros off of me one Sunday night because I didn't want to. I was trying to protect you
from a maniac.
How many friends? Yeah, but it doesn't matter who it was from, Oisin. There's not many people that would be prepared to transfer you 24,000 euros because you're my mate. I'm well
aware when you were on my side of the brotherly nature that we had. I'm well aware of it. It went in both directions, Paul. It did.
I know.
You're forgetting. You keep mentioning that you were trying to offer, you were trying to protect, and you're leaving out. Then ... Nico went postal. I turned my back. I went on defending Nico several times online. I played down the doxing. I said it was only one WhatsApp group when it was actually way, way more. And you sat next to Nico.
The other reason is
it's not what a friend would do, man.
No, well, look,
I lost you as a friend. I got that. I understand.
Right, it's not quite right. That's not quite fair what you're saying. The real crux of it, the real ending of it was this, Oisin, is that I tried to reason with you both. One of you was prepared to reason. One of you wasn't. The one that wasn't was you. Well, now, I went to Nico and I said, Nico,
God forgive you for saying that, man, because I was trying to band-aid the situation. I was the one who started getting harassed and threatened, and then he started changing the goalposts.
Not with me.
One day it was 11, then the next day it was 17. All of a sudden he writes to me, he goes, "You owe me 17 grand. And that's the same money I borrowed years ago when I started my business." I'm like, what the fuck is this guy talking about?
Oisin, and this is it. This is when I went back to him, and this is when I went back to Nico, and as we've already went over earlier, and you've agreed to, is that I mediated a lower figure. I was trying to get you both sorted out. But ultimately, you then told me, even when I got the lower figure agreed, you told me I'm not paying him.
No, I said I was going to give him his money in pennies. That's what I said.
Well, I think that was sometime after. But at the end of the day, I can't mediate for people who don't want.
And to clarify, I spoke with Steve, who's a much Stephen. He's a much more level.
Stephen. He's a nice guy. Right? Yeah.
And we spoke about it because we agreed to keep Nico out of the thing. Stephen couldn't believe that it was 10 weeks that went by. Stephen was embarrassed by his colleagues' behavior. And he said, listen, I'm going to take over this situation. Let's speak. And I said, okay, Steve, you're a nicer guy. There's no threats from you or anything like that. I'm not going to speak to your partner anymore. Let's deal with this between gentlemen. And when I explained everything that happened, Steve went, you know what? You were being paid too little for those watches, considering the price difference now. Everything has changed. So rather than 11, I'm going to knock off an extra 2K and it'll be down to 9. And I said, okay, well, that's a nice gesture. Thank you very much for understanding. I have been in a tough spot. My arm was being twisted behind my back. It's nice to hear that somebody's coming in my direction. And the effort was being made to get him completely paid off. When you did this apparent negotiation to bring down the price, it wasn't some other price. It was because Nico found out that his buddy said 9 instead of 11, and he didn't like it. He goes, no, I want my 9. Or my 11. And you got him to concede on that,
Yeah,
which is
whatever
the
it is,
minimum one could do. In other words, you didn't negotiate a different price. You just brought them to reason slightly.
Okay. So, but I was working on your behalf. I was working.
You just don't. You don't deserve a fanfare for it because the guy, it was the minimum.
How much how much was I paid by either of you to try and sort this mess out?
Well, nothing, of course.
Nothing. So why do you think I was doing it? I certainly wasn't doing it for fun. I was doing it to try and get two friends. I was trying to bang both your heads together to try and come to some senses and get the shit sorted. However, you were
dealing with a fellow dealer. You were dealing with a fellow dealer, and dealers are thick as thieves, and you would not go against them. Regardless of what the guy did, the guy could have come and burnt my house down. You still would have found excuses around it. And you went on one side, you had a buddy, a friend on YouTube, which is all I really was. And then on the other hand, you had fellow dealers. You guys were in cahoots. You were discussing the Northern Ireland loophole for Spencer, etc., etc. There was so much business that went before friendship in the end. You placed business before friendship. Some people will credit you for that.
Shane, that is part of the friendship code in the watch dealing world.
I know your code. I know your cartel code between all you guys. I know exactly what it is. I can't spend 40 years in a business being brought up a certain way and then suddenly just forget all those morals, forget all those rules, forget all those guidelines. Yes.
In a heartbeat. It's not easy for someone just to turn their back and go, well, do you know what? Never mind how I've been brought up. Well,
you're being very honest about this. Well, that's very honest and it is the truth. And I realize that. And I spoke about this some time ago on my channel, that really it isn't really truly your fault. You were behaving as your type does. I'm sorry. I don't mean that to sound ugly. I'm just saying some people are built a certain way. They have certain habits over the years of their profession. You see the cash as king. That's the first thing. And it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter that your friend is being harassed. He's been threatened. He's been doxxed. He's doing all of this shit. That didn't matter.
No, it didn't matter.
It's all about the money. It mattered a little bit, but the money mattered way, way more. So you put that in front of everything.
I spoke to Nico.
All told, after everything, after the entire fucking thing blew up and it was disgraceful, you first of all, you thought I was done. That was what you were telling everybody. That's one of the reasons why Spencer started getting a little nasty toward the end. I love the guy and all, but he did get a little nasty, and I understand, because he probably thought I was going to disappear to Australia or something like that, right? Which is crazy because it was so little money to do something like that with, but whatever. Okay. You know, in the end, all the shit went for that reason. You back to the guy after everything came out, even after everybody got paid, and you saw in hindsight, and I know for a fact that certain respected people in the watch industry picked up the phone, called you and said, you know, at the end of the day, what that Nico guy was up to was not right. What he did was not right. That is deplorable behavior. You still had the guy on your fucking channel. You still had the guy on you
Nico. Say you know people. I don't. You're gonna have to help me out here, Oisin. When you say you know respected people,
Alex Fody called you. He's going to be mad now for bringing
and said what
his name, and told you that it was wrong what Nico did.
And I would have. Do you know what? I actually don't.
And he's a very respected guy in the watch world.
I actually don't.
You still had the guy. Now you have every right. It's your channel. It's a free country. You can have whoever you want on your channel, but you're not going to have a friend in me, man. You can have him on your channel all you want. But if I brought a person who abused you, insulted you, who harassed you, who put you in danger. Let's be serious for a minute. Who put you in danger. If I had that person on my channel who did that to you, I wouldn't expect you to be calling me either, man.
Well, I've never worked on the premise that your enemy has to be my enemy. But what I will say is this, Oisin, is that as far as the channels are concerned,
yes,
we are in the entertainment business, and if that means bringing someone onto our channel that. You know when you watch a documentary at the beginning, it says the following may not reflect the thoughts and views of whatever, blah blah blah. I bring people onto my channel for entertainment, for views, just like you do. And at the end of the day, I don't really pay a lot of importance on my personal relationships with who I have on my channel.
Because you're a businessman. I credit you for it. You're a killer. You're great. You're amazing. That's why you've made a lot of money. You've made way more money than I have. You're a businessman to the bitter end, but it is a bitter end because we saw where it went. we saw that when push comes to shove, you're going with the money. I would never have a person like,
I like
that
to think
on my channel,
side,
regardless of the views. Okay?
I like to think
maybe I'm
it's like now.
like
if Wizard came on this channel now, I'd let him on.
Yes.
I'd let him on to have his say because people want to hear what he's got to say.
He's the reason I'm actually on tonight, Paul. I had no intent of having this discussion with you, and certainly not in front of 1,000 people.
Have you spoken to him, by the way?
To Wizard?
Yeah.
No, not since all the shit hit the bricks. No, he sent me a message at one point saying, "Hey, Rockstar," as usual, shit, trying to placate me, and I just kind of ignored it.
Does he owe you any money?
I haven't spoken to the guy. He doesn't owe me money, no. No, he tried to fuck me over. Look, like he's doing with all these other people. Everyone agrees. Had I sent the guy the watches when he wanted them, I would have never seen it. I'd be one of the long list of these poor sods who are all, owed money. I'd be one of them.
But Nico,
it would have been a very different thing. But I stood back and I went, no, this guy's fucking me over. He's holding me for ransom. He's damaging me. It was a very damaging moment, even with Wizard, because I don't have millions and millions to play with. So when that promise of that money was coming through and I held back those watches, the whole thing kind of fucked me up. And I was trying to grapple with this situation. Then my bank shuts me down. It was like a perfect storm of shit.
No, I get the bank because they do it all the time.
They do it all the time. You told me that back then too. And it is a truth because a guy who works in a bank actually came on to Tim's thing last night, or it was on the community thing yesterday afternoon to corroborate that claim. They will do that kind of thing. Yeah, they do. I found myself with my legs cut off and owing people money and trying to, make them understand. Now, Spencer was very gracious about it and much more understanding. And Nico wasn't. He was different. But Spencer wasn't caught with his pants down like Nico was. Nico and the Wizard were caught with their pants down. They were trying to run a little scam to make more money. Shocker. Okay. Nico, and I resisted it. I resisted. And they didn't like it. And then they started screaming. Oh, Wizard kind of just disappeared. Oisin, Nico did the screaming because that's what he does best.
Nico, one thing I wouldn't, Oisin, one thing I wouldn't accept is that Nico has deliberately tried to rip you off. I can't accept that. Okay. I mean, look, there may have been errors with Wizard in the background. I don't know, but I can promise you now, I know lots of people that have dealt with Nico, and honestly, he has never, ever tried to rip anyone off. And if you feel that he was trying to do that to you, what I would say to you is that however it may have looked, I promise you, you're mistaken. Now, I'm not saying that there wasn't an intention from Wizard, but what I can promise you with my hand on my heart in front of nearly 1,000 people is that Nico would not try to rip you off deliberately.
Thank you for saying that, but it means diddly squat, I'm afraid, because I have my own sources. I have my own information. I spoke to people in the Netherlands. They contacted me when they saw it all going down. They have excellent credentials.
Personal experience, is it? It's not.
Yeah, well, them was very personal. Trust me, it was very, very.
Well, where
personal.
are they? Where are they? Bring them on.
Well,
I can
pull them on the channel if you'd like me to do that.
But what I'm saying is that I don't believe that Nico has a bad intention in his heart for you.
Well, what kind of person phones someone in the middle of the night 100 times? What kind of person records a conversation?
That I'll give you.
Okay. Right. What kind of person records a conversation illegally, by the way, and then splats it all over the internet? Okay. What kind of person does that? There's two things. What kind of person gets kicked out of the Georgia Mandani groups because he's harassing other people? What kind of person pulls this whole thing in the first place? What kind of person lies to all the WhatsApp group saying I owe him 42 and he never saw any watches? A bold-faced lie. What kind of person does that? What kind of person puts people in these situations and goes on? The one watch that he did get initially was a unused, it was a new old stock untouched watch. He was actually happy to keep it in the end. He said, well, it's here, I'll keep it. Then his story changed a little later. Oh, he sent me a beat up watch. I actually have video of that watch if anybody cares to actually look at it so you can see the condition. But he changed it. He's a bold-faced liar. He's one of the more talented I've ever seen because he's just so brazen and out there right in front of you. What kind of person does all of these things? Like, you don't have enough examples and you still defend the guy. There's
What I will
something
say-
wrong, Paul.
what I
There's
will
something
say is
wrong.
this.
You're still defending the dude. He got up to terrible stuff.
I'm not.
He spread my name, my address,
I might be a
my
bit
home
too
address,
soft at
my
times.
phone number
No, that
across
was
all the
wrong.
WhatsApp
That
groups.
was wrong.
Thousands
That
of
was
people
wrong.
in total. Thousands, because some of these
That
groups
was wrong.
are enormous. Okay, that was very wrong too. Oh, that was wrong. Everything was wrong. All the shit he did was wrong, and you're still here going, I don't think he tried to rip you off.
No, I
think
don't.
He tried
I
to rip
don't.
me off before breakfast, and
I
after
don't.
breakfast, probably
Honestly,
came up
I
with a
don't.
new idea to rip me off.
No,
Give me a break.
listen,
How
what I
many
will say
examples
is this.
do you need?
Shane,
Staring
listen, you
in the
agreed
and you just
that we
continue
would
to
both
look
speak.
the other way. It's ridiculous.
Okay, agreed. You agreed that we would allow each other to speak, right? You gave me my
I'm
opinion.
replying.
I respect that. I'm just going to give you mine. No, that's fine. That's fine. I accept that. But I personally have never seen any. What I've seen in Nico, right, is a man that has. Listen, I'll tell Nico to his face what I will tell anyone else, right? I can't be around Nico for too long because he does my head in, right? Sure. He's like this crazy Irishman, right? And he's like, but let me, from what I see of him, Dutchman, from what I see in him, he actually, I believe he has a good heart, right?
A good heart doxes people.
No,
well,
I
wouldn't want to see people with a good heart in your book, man.
For me, I need to clarify that. Right. I often hear you ask your audience to understand that you are a former musician, you're an artist, you're an Irishman, you have certain ways about you, you have this, you have that, you have traits that people should respect. Do you not?
I don't know.
Do you not? You do, Oisin.
People ask me about my past and I refer to it, that's all.
Yeah, you ask people to understand your nature due to some of your background. Okay. Now, what I would ask you to accept, and I don't want to delve into people's personal stuff, but Nico also has what's the right word? I need to be really careful what I say now.
Yeah, I know you do.
No, Nico has genuine. What's the right word? This is where you're better educated than me. Put it this way: there are things in Nico's life that I allow a passes for. I give him a pass for some things that he does or says because of things in his life.
Okay.
Right. So what I'm trying to say is that no, mate, look. No, nothing curious and nothing that it's not my business. But what I'm saying is there are things that I forgive Nico for because of his life, right? The guy, for me, from what I see of both of you, do you know what I see? I'm going to be really honest now. I see someone in you that drinks too much, to be honest, and probably says some things that he shouldn't say. I also see someone that's actually very arrogant at times. But
I'll take that too.
But I do think that you have a good heart.
Okay.
And Nico has got a big mouth. Sometimes he says things he shouldn't do, just like you. But I also think that he too, deep down, has a good heart. Now, I may be wrong about one of you. I may be wrong about both of you. But that is the way that I see it. And I'm just very sorry.
And that's why we're here. That's why we're here, because
I'm just really sorry that you both fell out. I'm even more sorry that I fell out with you. And Nico might even think, shut up, Thorpe, stop talking about me. I might even fall out of him, right? All I've tried to do is help the both of you, ended up in the middle and ended up losing you as a friend, right? When it wasn't my intention. And all I asked you to do right from the very start was let's not get this. Let's put this to bed before it ever gets out of control and reaches the public domain. Oisin, I'll finish what I want to say by one question. If you'd have followed my advice, would things have been better than they are now, or would they have been worse?
Well, it's hard to know because that's a parallel world that we don't know. But I know that even though things got really tough for me and and my reputation went to shit for a while and I faced a lot of fire and various other things.
But not from me.
Not from you. I know I can hold my head high. I know that I proceeded with dignity. I was not allowing someone, I was not tolerating someone to behave that way. I was not allowing someone to abuse me the way he did. Remember, man, I didn't pull any moves on you or on him. The moves were pulled on me. I was defending myself, and people started blaming me for defending my position. I can't be scrutinized for defending myself against someone else's horrible actions. If I put up my hands to defend myself from someone swinging a punch, you can't turn around and say, why did you hold up your hands? I held up my hands. I was defending myself from this brutality. I expected other people to be right by my side. I had certain people, but they weren't you, Paul.
Well, do you know what, Oisin? They could have been. It would have been me.
All you wanted was the money. That's all you cared about.
No, don't say I wanted the money, because I wasn't getting a penny.
You wanted the money paid. That's all.
I wanted you to settle a debt.
That was your solution.
I wanted
it was being settled.
Your debt.
It was being
but
settled.
You told me
and in the end, it was settled. I told him I was going to give it to him in pennies, because by then he was already coming at the throat, and I will not tolerate it.
Don't insult my intelligence. You did tell me that you wasn't going to pay him.
I may have said that, but I know that I said also.
You want to see the text
I'm going to give it to. Look, I'm sure you have them. I'm sure you have them, and you have to remember that it was the 9,000, final 9,000, and then I said I'm going to give it to him in a bag of pennies. So even if I'm going to throw you a bone here,
go on.
Even if I told him I wasn't going to pay him, the kind of friend that I am to people, I would have said, "Good for fucking you. That guy's a maniac."
But I don't think
he should not be allowed to do that.
Do you know what?
But I paid the guy anyway.
That's not being a friend. That's not being a friend. A good friend tells you the truth.
Well, it wasn't the truth. The guy didn't. Honestly, the guy didn't deserve to get his money in the end anyway.
Well,
but I did.
Look, Oisin, even if he didn't deserve to get the money, even if you were right, you still owed him the money. We're men of principle in this business, as far as I'm concerned.
And he was paid.
Thank you.
And he was being paid. It was in the process of being paid, and he was paid. What's the big fucking issue? I said it to Spencer as well. There is no issue. I have no intention of walking with the guy's money. I don't want the guy's money. It's filthy fucking money anyway.
In a minute, I intend to give Nico his chance to come on. I know you won't.
Oh, I have no doubt you do. No doubt you do. We got to listen to this guy go on with his horseshit and his bullshit and his fucking stories.
I will. If I need to, Oisin, I will defend you. Because
you won't, Paul. You won't, Paul. You won't, Paul. I know it now. I know it now. I can see the fucking future. Yeah, you won't, Paul, because you're even in our conversation, you're still standing by the guy. You're still saying he has a good heart. A person with a good heart doesn't dox people. A person with a good heart doesn't say $42,000, $42,000, and put my picture all over WhatsApp groups across the world. That's not a person with a good heart. You still have a soft spot for the guy. That might be a nice reflection on your character, but unfortunately, you're mistaken. The guy's a reckless maniac, and he was engaged in terrible behavior, criminal behavior. I've been fighting off this entire thing myself with my own fists, okay? Pretty much by myself, because I didn't have a whole lot of people really on my side. I had a lot of questions coming in. Tim Wright stood by me. Good for him. Certain other characters did, but not many, and certainly not the guy that mattered. And the guy that mattered was you, Paul. Because with one word, you could have absolved the entire thing. You could have said, listen, yeah, he's paying him off. It's taking a little too long. But what that motherfucker is up to is crazy. Yeah, and I do not support that. I do not support this. This is not how watch dealers behave. This is not a real watch dealer. You do not do that kind of shit to someone.
You're missing a very important point. I had said all of this to him, right? And I'll get him on in a minute, and he will tell you. I said all of this to him. But when you ultimately refused to pay, that is when I was pushed into a corner that I couldn't get out of. Now, I'm asking Nico's permission to tell you something on here, and I'm hoping he gives it to me, but he's not actually read my message at the moment. Let me just, I'm hoping he reads it, because I want to tell you something, but I need his permission to do so, because it might make a slight difference to the way you feel about the whole thing, and it might make you understand
if information comes to light, okay, you have to understand that there was the original architecture of the scam, which I resisted, okay, and then that went south. Then there was all the other, as it happened, certain criminal behavior that ensued after that. even if Nico was in the dark completely about everything and Wizard was manipulating him too behind the scenes, Nico has still got a lot to answer for because of that crazy shit. Okay. Had I been in Northern Ireland, it would have gotten bloody, it would have gotten bad. Okay. Because you don't fucking do that kind of stuff to a man. Okay. It's not cool. But this is the stuff he engaged in. On top of that, apparent friends of mine didn't stand by me. All they wanted was him to get paid. That was their only solution. It was just wrong. And you stood by and watched all of that shit hit the fan. You should have never stood by him, never defended him in any way, shape, or form, and certainly not sat right next to him on a computer screen ever, because that's not showing a solidarity in any way, shape, or form. And that's why we don't speak anymore. You have your ways, you're setting your ways, you have, you know, you think about money before everything else. Unfortunately, that's just the way you are. Some people might credit you for that. I'm a little different, and yeah, money is very important to everybody. And again, the man was being paid. Everybody was being paid. Okay, not fast enough for everybody. Okay, that's on me. That's on my goddamn bank manager, etc., etc. But people were getting paid off. Everybody has been paid off. It's been nearly a year now.
Yeah, I agree. Look, listen, Shane, I've always said that. Look, this is the one thing that I said to you back then, is that, look, I don't like the tax man, but I have to bloody pay him, right?
Right.
You know, and you know, you talk about analogies, and my words to you back then was, I don't like paying my VAT bill, but I have to pay it.
Sure.
And all I was saying to you at the time was, please get it paid. Look, listen, it's very late now. I need to get Nico on because I've got to give him his chance to have his say as well.
Good luck, guys. Good luck with that shit. I have to remember this mind that you're dealing with here, guys. And listen, this isn't over. This isn't close to over for me at all. I don't forget the wrongs that have been done to me at all. I do not underplay anything. Nico is a criminal. What he engaged in is criminal behavior. Anyone seen even close to that guy may as well be the same fucking guy. You rub shoulders with this guy in any way, shape, or form, you're as big an asshole as he is. That's, in my book, that's the way it is. Because this went from a disagreement. This went from a fucked up deal and a weird misunderstanding and a disagreement, whatever way you want to describe it, and moved into criminal, ridiculous, horrible, horrific behavior that I'm still paying for today, 1 year later. Okay, so I'm not finished. You may want to close this up. You may want to close this up, Paul. Nico, of course, would love this to go away, I'm sure, because the guy knows, I don't think he's bothered, barefaced guilty, right? He probably can't be fucking bothered. Well, I'm bothered.
Oisin, this is where, if you know, we're just talking, right? This is where, what I go back to what I said earlier on, there are times when I don't think you do yourself any favours. And you just did it again.
Yeah, well, I mean,
you know,
that's
again, you know, there's olive branches. There's been lots of olive branches put out to you, and that would benefit you, Oisin.
If you're asking by saying what you're saying, if you're implying that I am supposed to concede to this fucking ridiculous shit, and I'm supposed to ignore the truth, I will not do it. I don't care if it costs me my channel, my reputation, every dime I have. I do not care. I will not stand for barefaced lies, harassment, doxing, etc.
You're talking about Nico now, right? Let's be clear. You're talking about Nico, not me.
Well, no, you didn't dox me.
Okay, so what I'm saying to you is, Nico, Oisin, what I'm saying is that my answer to every problem in life is to talk about it, is to understand it, is to own it, is to use it to your advantage when you have to use it to your advantage. Okay? Nothing was ever gained in business or in life by making enemies. Okay? And you would have been better off right then to have listened to me in a calm, calculated way, took my advice, even if it hurt to swallow the pill, right? Because trust me when I tell you, mate, I've been in positions where I've swallowed bigger pills than you've had to. Believe me.
Okay.
Believe me.
I believe
and I swallow it because I know that ultimately I'm benefiting myself and my family. We're
different characters, man. What can I say? We're different characters.
You have been guilty of cutting your own leg off to spite your foot.
Yes, and I will do it. I will do it. I will not stand for lies and bullshit and harassment and so on.
No, I'm not asking you to do that because neither will I. Neither will I.
I will not. I will not. And when I see this again, it moved into a terrible place. It went from something that could have been resolved nicer to something that was terribly, terribly gross. And
Sort
you're
it,
by implying sort what?
In your head. Sort the problem out in your head. Don't let it eat away at you for the rest of your life.
It's not. Listen, if you, excuse me. If you haven't noticed, I've continued on with my head.
Yeah,
high,
but I think
I've continued on with my channel. But I get reminded every.
Oh, and by the way, can I offer you some congratulations on something?
For what?
This is how sincere I am, right?
Okay.
This is I congratulate you this week on overtaking my subscriber level.
Is that true?
Absolutely.
How many subs you got? I thought you had more than me.
I did. 3 weeks ago, you were on 2,500 less subs than me. In a couple of weeks, you've actually overtaken me. So well done.
I haven't. I did not know that.
I'm talking about don't let demons eat away in your head and ruin your relationships and ruin your potential career. Because let me tell you something, Oisin, and this is the one thing that really bugs me. This is the one thing that actually really annoys me because it's screwed us all over. Something big could have happened in this community. I mean, really big. I mean, there is funding out there for a film, all sorts of stuff.
I'll get my own funding for my own film. Thanks very much.
Well, you were the man to do the lot, though, Oisin.
Well, I will do it.
Yeah, but you won't have all the right people in it that will bring in the views necessarily.
Yes, I will. You watch me.
You will.
If there's yes, you watch me. I've held my head high. Most people would have disappeared. Everybody, the word on the street was Oisin's done. Timeless Watch Channel, it's over. Some guy made a fake fucking website pretending to be me, apologizing. You know when that website disappeared, by the way? The day after I paid Nico off his final one.
Right. That doesn't
so you tell me who the fuck was doing that. Oh, you don't think Nico did it?
Well, I didn't say it wasn't.
You don't think one of his henchmen did it? Give me a break. Give me a break. You're too smart for this, man. You're too fucking smart. Give you proof.
Listen,
well, let me tell you this. Here's your proof, okay? If you can put 2 and 2 together, right? I didn't tell anyone deliberately that I paid him in the end. People are still messaging me. There's still people in your comments going, pay Nico, right? Because I got 2 brain cells. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't make it public for one specific reason. I wanted to see what changed, right? Yeah. Right? And what changed? That website disappeared. Now, you tell me how that happened, because the word on the street wasn't out. It's still not even fully out. You fucking tell me how that happened. You are dealing with a psychopath, a criminal, a maniac. All the evidence is right in front of you. You're going to let him come on your channel now, of all things. Unbelievable. But it continues. It continues. And I've been sitting back for a year going, look at this guy.
You're expecting everything your own way. You can't expect to come on
my way. It's not my way. You used to be my friend. It's not my way. I would rather it to be very different.
So what you're saying is that it's okay. Look, I've welcomed you on this channel tonight. I offered you an invite to come on the channel tonight, and you have. Thank you.
Honestly, I came on because of the wizard situation, because I have first-hand experience.
No, but I'm glad that you came on, right? And I admire you for doing that. But what I'm saying to you is, you can't then determine to me who I allow on my channel to have a say.
No, I can't. I can't, but I have the right to react my own way. I can't tell you who to have on your channel. You can go ahead and have you can have Putin on your channel if you want, but don't expect certain people who don't like Putin to like you anymore. Just accept the natural reaction. You're going to have a guy on.
It's a bit like the BBC. I mean, they have plenty of people on that I don't like, but I don't mean to say I'm not going to watch Match of the Day tonight.
Well, you have Big Ben behind you in the picture as well, so it gives an extra BBC feel there with London. But listen, I'm just reacting to what it is. You can have anyone you want on the channel, but don't expect me to come on your channel because you've been fraternizing with people who are still guilty of horrific behavior to me. All I can do is behave the way I see fit in my world.
I'm really sorry.
The fact is that I've continued on. I've continued on with the channel. I've held my head high. I've kept going. Apparently now I have more subs than you. I did not know that. I don't stare at everybody's subs. I don't barely even stare my own, but I've kept going. I'm going to keep going as long as I can. I've held my head high. I've made new connections. I'm reaching into new things, despite everything that happened to me. So you telling me not to hold all this shit in my heart? No, I'm not doing that. I'm continuing on. But if you ask me what happened, who was it, what exactly was the thing, I'll fucking tell you because I remember. That's all it is.
It's just a memory.
Just because the time has gone by doesn't mean it didn't happen. And it doesn't mean that I'm still not paying the price to this very day. Before I came on here, you know how many people in the chat there, Oisin's a criminal, Oisin's a thief, Oisin's a pay Nico, pay Spencer, the usual shit. That's going to take years to go away.
Yeah, but you've got to ignore that, because that, listen.
Yeah, I do, of course. That. Otherwise, I'd fucking jump off a bridge.
Yeah, exactly.
But I'm continuing. I'm not holding anything in my heart. But when you ask me, I'll fucking just tell you, because it's the truth. And when you have the truth in your hands, it means so much.
It's like when I was robbed. I think that I can let it go, but deep in my heart, I can't let it go. But what I have learned over the years is that I can't let it rob me of my life as well as my watch.
Okay, so let me put this to you, Paul.
Yeah.
Can you admit you backed the wrong fucking guy? You
I would say,
this entire community by backing a maniac who leaves behind him a trail of shit so long, and this guy walks away. Can you admit that you made the wrong move? You backed the wrong guy. You thought you were being a little bit smart by like being on everyone's side at the same time. But the truth is, you can't be on the side of a super aggressor. You can't be, because then it makes you culpable too.
You want the truth.
Part of the
You've asked me for the truth. I'm going to give it to you. The truth of the matter is, I didn't agree with either of you. That's the truth of the matter. And I told you both that I didn't agree with either of you. And to this day, the only difference between you and Nico was that you owed the Nico money. If it had been the other way around, I'd have had to have come down on your side. You owed him the money. I'm glad you paid him. For me, when you paid him, that was the end of it. But it wasn't the end of it for you with me.
No. And let me tell you something as well. Last night we were talking about this on Tim Wright's show. Plug for Tim Wright, by the way, best journalist in the watch world. We were all saying, listen, let's say Roman getting back, by the way, to the original point of this whole stream. Let's say Roman covers, because Roman vouched for Wizard on many, many occasions quite heavily. And I've heard from people who got fucked by Wizard, and they told me the whole reason that they trusted him was because Roman Scharf from Luxury Bazaar
There's one very thing
supported him and vouched for him. Oh, hang on. Okay, well, we'll get to it in a second.
Yeah.
I said to everybody, listen, guys, can I ask you all something? Let's say Roman does step in and do the right thing and say, yeah, I did vouch for this guy. He has been fucking everyone. He owes about $1 million, $1.5 million, whatever the hell he really owes, right?
Yeah. And
he covers the bill, which, let's face it, Roman probably could do, right? In the bat of an eyelid. Is everything okay? Are we back to square one? No, because those people nearly got fucked. And now we remember. And now we know who was behind it. We know who vouched for everyone and so on. So yes, everybody gets their money back. But I believe that gentleman who was on the screen earlier below who got messed up for his 93K, that guy should never do business with these guys again. He should, I don't mean to hold a grudge in his heart or hold hatred in his heart.
Yeah,
but he should learn who the fuck he was dealing with. It's not yet.
On the thing about Roman, can I just say, because this is really important,
actually, I'm very curious.
To be fair to Roman, right? One of the biggest, actually the biggest victim of this told me that he dealt with Stefano because Stefano had told him that Roman backed him, right? Mm-hmm. I said, did you check with Roman? Do you know what his answer was?
No.
Did
he have to? Roman was public about supporting him and vouching for him.
Well, I haven't seen that, Oisin. You may be right, but I haven't seen it.
Why? So you think I'm inventing shit here? I mean,
no. I'm not saying you are. I'm not saying you are.
Okay, so take it. So take it as fact. I wouldn't invent. I have no reason. Right. Roman has been public about supporting the guy. By the way, Roman was very, very public about supporting Nico, something that is not very cool either. So
but if someone said that people knew he's guaranteeing that he's got tickets for the big match on Saturday,
right?
I'm not just going to give him the money and not. I'll be ringing you and saying, "Shane, the guy tells me you got my tickets for the match Saturday. Is that right?" You know, there's over $100,000 involved here, and the guy didn't make a phone call. To be fair, with the benefit of hindsight, don't you think that if someone is because that's the way it works in the watch business.
Had he called him, he would have gotten a yes.
Well, if he did, Roman that's a different matter.
It's not a different matter because we know people they've come to me and said, Roman vouchers for this guy. He's got to be good. And I said, actually, it turns out the guy ain't so good. And I've been trying to tell everybody because I went through the hell. So listen, I know you want to get the other shitbag on.
No.
Let him run wild like a wild hog that he is. Okay, go for it. Knock himself out. But I'm going to leave you with this. Two things. One, why did you not bring up Roman once on your chat with that gentleman earlier this evening before I got on? Okay. Why on earth are you not talking about the source of the problem? Because once you're under Roman's umbrella, you get backing. That's what the Wizard called the guy CRM Jewelers in Miami. He called him. It's on their channel. He calls and they don't even know who the hell he is, and they're like, "Oh, do you have anybody to get back you?" I did hear about that. And he goes, "Well, I do work with Roman Sharf, and he can vouch for me." And he wasn't lying. For once, the Wizard was not lying. The Wizard was telling the truth. Roman backs up. You never brought that up once. And why? I'm going to tell the audience right now why. Before I go, I'm going to tell them why. I'm going to tell them why. Because sharks don't bite sharks. Because you will not go up against any other dealer. You never did. It's not your nature. You've learned you've cut your teeth on the street of London for years, and this is what you do. No matter how bad the shit gets, when you're dealing with another dealer, you stand by your dealers, and you've shown it. You've shown it now explicitly to everyone. You were the cop. You were the cop of the watch world. Excuse me. Let me finish. Excuse me, because I'm going to piss off in a minute, and that'll be that, right? But you are the cop, or you were the cop of the watch world. You would report on watch crime. You would report on all sorts of stuff. The biggest crimes that were going on were happening under your nose for the past year that you were aware of. One of them included your previous friend. But you know what? You never fucking reported on it. You never made an episode saying crime within the watch dealer network. You never once said one of those things. The other thing I want to say to you is, why can't you admit you backed the wrong horse? You were never that guy's friend. Never. Not Nico was never your mate. You didn't like him at all. You just came around because you saw there was business happening between him and Spencer. And Spencer's your mate, and you had that meeting, that dinner. And the guy's got a lot of subs, and he's quite powerful. You know, I'll be cleaning up that mess for fucking years. God knows now what the dude will get up to. We'll see. But you know, you backed the wrong horse. You went with the wrong guy, and you showed zero loyalty to your brother, your friend, the guy who defended you behind your back when people were talking badly about you. And I've defended you plenty as well, and I defended you plenty against Nico as well. I didn't see it, you know. But at the end of the day, your entire audience hate my fucking guts. No, look, it's not just because I'm a narcissist or whatever the fuck they think. It's not just because of that. They all think I'm a fucking criminal and I tried to rip Nico off. That's actually what they think. They think I tried to rip someone off. I was the guy getting ripped off. I just wouldn't stand for it. You know why? Because you didn't communicate for the work for a. I was on all the time. I was on talking about it. I bored everybody to tears. Someone that is an artist with their mouth, and you are a verbal genius at times, right? You can talk the iron legs off a donkey. I mean, one of the best expressions that I come up with about you is that you could be in court found guilty of murder and get parole. Right? Or a spin on that. Maybe I'd be up for murder, but I didn't do it, and I can show everybody why I didn't do it, how I didn't do it, and where I actually was. And therefore, and someone who's just convinced anyway might, in the crowd, in the court, might say, "You're still a killer. We still don't believe you," even though I've proven it time after time after time with all the facts. A year later, we're still debating about whether this guy was a maniac. I think we're not really debating that. I don't really want to talk about anyone else. My only interest is you and I, right? And the way that we fell out. And I would say to you that you're right about one thing, and I've admitted to you before, I'm always big enough to admit when you have been right. And I remember sending you a message about something where I said, actually, Shane, to be fair, you was right about that. The one thing I will say is that you do recognise that we have different upbringings and we have different beliefs. And I spent 40 years in a business that is very hard to turn my back on. When you talk about Roman, I must say this, Roman has always been very helpful to anyone and everyone that's ever stood in front of him. Yes, I think that, like, he's probably going to look at this and go, shit. But here's the thing. When people say that someone is backing them, you need to check with that person. Because if you check with that person, the way it works in the business machine is that if I tell you, or let's say you want to buy a watch from Spencer, Yes.
And Spencer rings me and says, Paul, are you going to guarantee Oisin? And I say yes. And he says, you put your name on that. I say yes. That means if you don't pay, I pay. But if Spencer rings me and says, oh, Paul, what's Oisin like? I say, yeah, he's all right. That's not vouching for you.
Uh-huh.
It is a difference.
I'm looking for the message from Chris, who I was speaking to today, who's still owed about 100,000 from the Wizard. Still 100,000. Think of it. I was dragged through the mud for fucking $9,000. This guy's getting away with all this money, and nobody has said a fucking word. Put that in your pipe and smoke, fellas.
The thing is, though, you have to recognize because Chris is one of them, right? Chris is a great guy. I've been to Chris's home. Now you got to understand, Oisin, that these. Excuse me.
So here's the thing. Chris, let me bring it up. Okay.
Yeah, go on. Yeah.
So when I went to Roman, I was assured he's not a scammer. That he just got a little behind. In other words,
maybe
behind
that's
in
what
payments
Roman
and
felt.
so on. Okay. Well, then where's your point about contacting Roman? This guy contacted Roman. This guy passed it with Roman. Yet Roman never came up in your conversation this evening.
But let me tell you why. Because people don't want me to. Look.
Roman doesn't want you to. Roman doesn't want you to.
Chris is a lovely, lovely guy, and he has every respect. And I asked Chris, did you actually physically firm up with Roman and say, are you guaranteeing this guy? And he said no.
Well, he said yes. Here, is he changing his story? Chris, are you in the
chat?
No.
He may have spoken to him afterwards, but I asked Chris. I'm sure it was Chris because I've spoken to 2 or 3.
It's the ball chap. There's a
photo
of all 4 of us together.
Did you firm it up with Roman? And the answer was no. This is the thing: is that look, we're all only responsible, ultimately, for our own actions, right? And you can vouch for someone from a personal degree. Why would, if Roman's never had any issues with Wizard in the past, why would he say there has been an issue? I know a guy. I know a guy in the business that I dealt with for about 18 years, right? I dealt with him for about 18 years, never had a problem with him.
Okay.
The guy committed suicide, owing people hundreds of thousands of pounds. I never saw that coming.
I'm sure, yeah. I mean, these kind of things
could come in.
Right.
And if someone that had said to me the week before he committed suicide, does he stand up? I go, yeah, he's fine. I've never had a problem with him in 15 years. Next minute, bang, tops himself owing loads of people money.
It's crazy, man. That's crazy stuff. But the truth is that Roman, I mean, I if you'll allow me to say it, I think this is a tad bit of a stretch here because Roman's been very public about backing Stefano. Stefano tells everybody about it. Roman also was extremely public about backing Nico, for example, who was in concert with Wizard over that entire deal with me. They worked together, and Roman still paid Tim Wright $500 to come onto his channel and defend. He was driving his car at the time. I'll never forget it.
Right.
And he defended Nico right there. After Nico had pulled all of this mad fucking shit, he still got on there. All I could think of was Roman probably doesn't know the full scale of what the hell is going
that's
on.
What I'm going to say.
And he's just defending another dealer because dealers defend dealers. You're guilty of it yourself. If you want to unguilt yourself of it, if you want to clean that slate, make an episode called the questionable underbelly of dealers in the watch world. I know you don't want to do that because it doesn't play into your narrative, Paul. The Rolex is the problem. The watch register is the problem. The thieves on the streets of London are the problem. But it's never the problem of the dealers ripping people off day and night. No, you won't turn the gun on them.
But there is something else,
time and time again. And you did it on a video about me today where you slandered me or you went after me. You mentioned my name 100 times and I'm in the fucking title and everything. And you never said the word Stefano or the word Wizard or the word Roman. And those guys are behind millions of dollars of being ripped off. And all I did was say that a shark doesn't bite another shark.
Yeah, but you also said that you also accused me, Oisin, quite clearly of not mentioning this.
And you did it again.
But neither did you.
Did it tonight.
Yeah, but neither did
I was the first person on the channel.
Anyone else?
I was the first person on this episode, on this show, or whatever you want to call it. I was the first person to say the word Roma Sharp. the words Roman Sharp.
I'm
Roman.
not talking about Roman. I'm talking
never
about
fucking even mentioned
Stefano. I'm talking about Stefano.
You didn't even say, and you made a video about Stefano today. Well, also about me and saying that I was slighting you or, you know, bad-mouthing you.
Oh,
You said there's a particular individual in Canada. A guy wrote in your comments, he goes, listen, I'm in Canada. I'd like to know who this fucking person is. Other people writing to me going, what are you doing in Canada ripping people off? Because I was the only person you mentioned. You left the other guy remain anonymous. Who are you protecting? Who are you Why are you protecting dealers? You even said that you don't even know if the guy is really a dealer. Now, last year, you were accusing me to other people. Excuse me. Last year, you were accusing people
to be a dealer.
You were saying that I was maybe trying to become some sort of low-level dealer. This guy is actually doing deals for years and years, and you wouldn't even call him a dealer.
Well, I don't know.
Because you want to protect the image of the grey market dealers.
Well, where's his store? Where's his store? Has he got a store?
He doesn't have to have a store. He can still be a dealer.
I know he can.
I don't have a store, and I apparently was a wannabe dealer, according to you.
There's a difference. Look, there's a flipper backpack dealers. There's all types of dealers, right? What I'm saying is, in my world, he would be seen as a bit of a chance or a runner, you know.
Well, you're really vouching for Roman Sharp's integrity right now, because of course, according to Roman Sharp, he is a dealer he vouches for.
Well, if that's what Roman believes, that's what Roman believes.
And Roman has $100 million business, right? So
if that's what he believes.
There is no joke. There is no question about whether he's a dealer. He totally is a dealer. Everybody's been led to believe he's a dealer. He's behaving as a dealer, and he's moving huge amounts of money through his account dealing. He's a fucking dealer. You wouldn't say he was a dealer. You wouldn't say his name. You wouldn't say his avatar. You said my name.
I clearly.
Cheers. Thanks for that.
I clearly see that he has been dealing. But there is another thing as well, is that when you spoke about me last night, you clearly insinuated that I am two-faced for not mentioning it. Oisin, you have to concede and admit and be fair. The victims, including Chris.
Not.
Oh, there we go. Even Chris.
I'm not backing out on that. The
guys asked me not to speak about it. The victims asked me.
Doesn't matter what they asked you. It doesn't matter what you have a moral obligation to tell the people before they get fucked. In the same way as you tell people not to fall for the post scam, for the bank transfer scam. In the same way as you say keep your watches under your sleeve. The same way as you have that moral or you've taken upon yourself that moral obligation over the past 3 years to tell the entire watch community, be safe here, be safe there, check this, check that, do this, do that. The one thing you will not do is turn the focus back at your brethren, because this is the way you're trained. It's almost not your fault, man. You're just programmed. You're programmed to defend the dealers.
Not about
you don't say a single solitary bad thing about the dealers, and yet the dealers are getting up to all sorts of fucking crazy shit.
It's about the victims. Oisin, if you think you're right, I look forward to you sending Chris and the other guys their money.
Why you keep saying that? That's a weird. It was very distasteful when you said that earlier to that chap, by the way.
Because what?
Earlier on in the thing before I was on, some guy made a point. And
it's not distasteful.
Are you going to, if you feel so strongly about it, give the guy his money? I'm like,
exactly.
Hold on a minute. How is that a point? I don't know.
It is a point. It is a point. Look, Oisin, if those guys felt they stood a better chance of getting their money back if it wasn't brought to light. And actually, they're proven right, because Stefano has been drip feeding some of them their money back.
While he was ripping new people off with their stolen money.
I don't know.
I'm sorry for the people who got ripped off already, but even those people are in a moral quandary by
that's called a no-win situation.
It's musical chairs. It's musical chairs. Give me my chair. Fuck the next guy. That's what it is. Give me my chair because I want my money back.
But I knew the next guy. Okay, but I knew the people.
You know what? In the next few months, and probably in the next few days or weeks, even now that we're talking about this so much, people are going to come forward.
I think they're all.
And those people are your victims, Paul. They're your victims.
Oh no,
because you knew about it. You knew about it, and you didn't say a fucking word.
So did you.
I did, and I told everyone I could. I've been boring everyone to tears.
I've got So
the entire last year.
This is where you actually lie. This is where you actually lie.
I've been telling everybody.
Right. So
I've been telling everyone about my entire thing.
I've got a message from a victim here. Yes. Right. I've got a message from a victim here.
This is where I lie.
Says to me, Jesus Christ. So listen, let me read you this.
My God.
Let me read
Some people ask me why I drink.
Let me read you a WhatsApp message from a victim, right? If I can find it, because I've had about 100 since we've been online.
You better let the other muppet on soon.
He said, he says, please tell Oisin that he also knew about this long time ago, and it's in no way am I any way responsible for anyone getting ripped off. I was asked by the victims not to say anything, and I adhered to their requests.
Well, you made a very bad call.
Well, listen, if that's your belief. That was I wrote it. I actually wrote it down earlier on.
I understand what you're trying to say. We all understand what you're trying to say.
The big question was it the right or the wrong decision not to say anything? I saw that there were two risks. There were two risks. One, if I went public with it immediately, and almost certainly ruin any chances of anyone getting any watches or money back. Correct. Bearing in mind that I've been speaking to these people in person and with more than one or two victims. The other option was to stay quiet in the hope that the person involved wasn't doing it anymore, in the knowledge that he was at least paying back some of the money he owed. Now, the people, I took the decision to go with the people who I actually knew. If there are any other victims, I never spoke to them, I hadn't been to their home, and I didn't know them. What decision would you have made?
I would have made the morally correct decision. I would have said, listen, I'm sorry you've been ripped off. Let's do what we can, but we can't. And certainly as the apparent police officer, the father figure in the watch world, okay, I can't in moral conscience, in good conscience, hold this information back, because there will continue to be victims, and we fucking know there have been, and there are a lot of them are going to come out now in the coming weeks, of course. And if those people, listen, I feel bad for the people who got ripped off, including Chris, including the gentleman who was on earlier, and so on. But for them to ask you that is also, it's okay. I'm going to give them a slight pass and say it's a moment of desperation for them. But you can get in trouble under the eyes of the law if you know someone killed someone. You have to tell the fucking police. If it comes out later that you knew the whole time and you kept killing, you're going to this. Yeah, the analogy is there. You have to, because you don't like analogies. I guess nobody speaks.
I do actually. I love analogies.
Okay, brilliant. Well, listen to this one. So listen. Yeah, it is relevant. It doesn't have to be the same. There's a difference between an analogy and a comparison. I'm not saying it compares to some guy who's killing people. I'm saying if you were in a situation like that and you held the information back from the police, you would wind up in trouble too. These people who have been ripped off, I feel bad for them. It's awful, and so on. I could have easily been one of them. I definitely would have been one of them. Okay, had I not stood my ground, but it's morally reprehensible to tell everybody to shut up because you want your money back. In the meantime, other people are getting fucked. If you do get your money back, it's paid for by the pain and suffering of other future victims. It's not something you should have done. And honestly, my good friend OC is pretty guilty of the same thing.
Let me read you an email that came in today, right? And then we'll call it a day if you finish, right?
Go ahead.
It says, Paul, when they've asked not to be named, Paul, just a quick note to again express my sincere gratitude for the support and assistance you provided me with this mess. When I learned that some in the community were trying to insinuate a cover-up took place, I wanted to help clarify details for your viewers. The dynamics of this mess have been complex with a lot of moving parts. It's easy for some so-called members of the community without any skin in the game to want to write their own narrative. If only things were that simple. At what point does a failed-up business deal turn into a scam? This same individual, Stefano, was involved in the OC Nico fiasco. Was that a scam or a failed up business deal? Another individual shipped to watch the Stefano and waited weeks to get paid. Was that an attempted scam or a slow paced situation due to the unforeseen circumstances? Only very recently, I did learn of a situation with a gentleman paying for and never getting a 5711. That was obviously the gentleman I had earlier on.
Right.
It is my understanding that recently and more individuals have had various issues with Stefano were making themselves known. So a decision was made by Tim to bring this issue to the forefront on his channel. I was given the courtesy of a heads up. It had become clear that this was no longer an issue only affecting me. So therefore, it wasn't my decision whether or not Stefano's business dealings should be discussed or not. And he finishes, I consulted with you and several others on my situation, including other watch collectors and YouTubers and grey market dealers. Some people very known to the watch community were made aware of my situation. Everyone's priority has always been doing the right thing by me, and let's not turn this into a story and channel news fiasco. The community should show their appreciation and professional integrity shown by yourself and Tim. And that's from a victim machine.
Well, as I said, the victims aren't exactly innocent themselves. Their desperation showed, and it was musical chairs. They wanted to sit on a chair and let the other guy be left without any chair. So I have to say, I was speaking to Chris earlier today. He reached out to me because I said I'm going to do a big video on this stuff. And he said, here's all my info. He sent me the photo of the bank transfers and everything, all the info and phone calls between him and Stefano and stuff like that. And I said, listen, at what point, I'm not trying to turn the crosshairs on you, man, but at what point did you decide, or did you ask, or were you told to stay stum about this? Because the moment that you do that, you're also now up to, just because you're a victim doesn't mean you're completely innocent yourself.
I don't think Chris was ever told to keep stum. I think people were, I asked Chris a long time.
He's in a moral quandary. I told him
I asked him, I said, do you want me to go public with this? And he said, Paul, I'd rather you didn't.
Because he wants his fucking money back. And of course he wants his money back. But that's not good enough a reason. Other people are getting fucked. And Paul, you're the king. You're the fucking father of the watch world. It's on you to say, listen, I'm sorry, but if this shit is going on, I need to talk about it for the same reason as I need to talk about some guy who got ripped off on the street when he's working in the supermarket. Again, same shit.
I think if it happened again, I would have to have some...
It's happening.
Here's the other thing, Shane. To be fair to me, certainly, is I actually only knew of three victims. I didn't know there was any more. They've suddenly come out of the woodwork, right?
When somebody said earlier in your chat,
somebody said,
I got it. Somebody said in your chat, like, when you find one cockroach in the house, you know there's more.
Yeah.
And we know there's more. And it's the same thing goes with Nico, by the way, just before I hop out of here. You have several examples of the case with me and Nico's character. So when somebody tells you that Nico's character has been that way for a long time, it confuses me that you can't compute that, because you have enough examples, and those examples were with your friend, man, not just some person you never met before. You saw it in real time with your friend. So I don't know what else to say, man. If it's not going in, it's not going in. That's my stance on it, my position on it. The Wizard's been out there scamming. The scams he's pulled off in the past year can be in small part perhaps, but in part blamed on the people who knew and didn't say a word. That includes the victims. I'm sorry to say, I feel awful for them, but now they're engaging. They're culpable too, because they don't want to blow the whistle. You gotta blow the whistle. Otherwise,
we need to see how many victims there are, Oisin. I mean, we don't know.
We'll find out over the next coming months.
I can promise you now, from the bottom of my heart, I know of 3. That's it.
You know, when I was first talking to Wizard, I knew him from the streams, and it was my birthday. It was September, and in October, the middle of October, I got a bottle of whiskey from Stefano. Happy birthday, rock star. He always says rock star because he thinks that, he thinks he's placating my feelings or some bullshit like that. He thinks I'm a narcissist like everybody else does, right? But I always go, whatever, you're not butter. Why are you trying to butter me up or whatever? But he would say this stuff, and he sent me this bottle of whiskey. It was 6 weeks after my birthday. I thought, that's very late, but okay, that's weird. I realize now that the guy was buttering me up. He was softening me as his victim, his next victim. And then it turned into, do you want to sell me some watches? And at the time, I was getting a little strapped for cash. And I was like, I've got far too many watches and not enough money in the bank. So why don't I sell a watch? He wanted 3. I was like, 3? I don't want to sell 3. But then in the end, I went, yeah, I could use the money. Now, looking back at the whole thing, I see all the pieces falling into place. It's kind of genius. It's kind of brilliant. And the guy's there in Canada where he can't really be held accountable by the United States, Attorney General, etc., etc. But this is the kind of guy that's in place. Roman Sharf, your buddy who's on your channel on a regular basis, they're going on and on and on. That dude vouches for him, still vouches for him as we speak. I don't know if he's going to come out and make a statement and remove it.
That you'd have to ask Roman about,
right.
you know. But
Okay.
I've got to state that I've never seen Roman do anyone any harm or deliberately.
Well, you have now.
Do anything wrong.
You have.
Oisin, I'm glad that you came on tonight. I'm gonna have Nico on. I'm a man of my word. I kicked him off for you. So I've got Nico. If you're watching, I know you're watching. Come back on now, please. Oisin's going to leave, and I'm going to give you the chance to have your reply. Oisin,
I'm not finished with you, Nico. If you're watching, I'm not finished with you, man. I'm not going to forget what you did to me. You're a low-life scumbag, and you have what's coming to you. All right, brother? Mark my words. You fucked with the wrong Irish man.
Oisin, you need to stop saying that stuff, mate, by the way. Oisin.
Well, it's been said many times, so here we are.
Yeah, but you need to stop talking about the Irish thing, mate. It doesn't reflect well on you or
I don't give a fuck.
People.
I don't give a fuck. There's people who hate me anyway. I don't give a flying fuck what the image is.
I
don't care what the image is.
You shouldn't bring in people's races and nationality, really. That's not a good look, mate. It doesn't matter where we come from. We're human beings, right? Come on.
Oh, come on. What are you starting with the race card now?
How many times do you mention
I'm proud to be an Irishman, sure. Yeah, I'm proud to be an Irishman.
English, but I don't mention
Okay, good. Good for you. Great.
You know?
Well, if someone fucked with you, perhaps they fucked with the wrong Englishman. How about that?
Yeah, but I would never say that. You know, it's
well,
not good. You're not doing
we're a little bit different.
It's friendly advice, mate. You know, okay, you're an Irishman, I'm an Englishman. What the shit? We're both human. Leave it at that. It doesn't matter. That's what race I am. I'm a human.
I mean, that's a magnanimous position to take, and I commend you for it.
But you say it like it's supposed to be scary, and it doesn't scare people. You know, so just be a human being, Oisin. Just be you. Doesn't matter where you come from.
I'll be me, I promise.
Good man. Right, listen, seriously, on a serious note, appreciate you coming on. We don't see eye to eye, but I don't hate you. I've never hated you. Okay?
I don't hate you either, Paul. I don't hate you. You fucked me over.
And trust me, no, I didn't fuck you.
Yes,
over.
you did. You fucked me, dude. Yes.
Well, we're going to start arguing again. So I was trying to win. I was trying to win on a good note. Look, Oisin, this is.
We're not ending on any good note. The reason I haven't been supporting your channel, coming back on your channel, is because you supported that maniac. Okay. You supported him. You sided with him. You had him on your goddamn channel. May God forgive you. That's it. Oh, what God? The Irish God. You fucked me over, dude. That's why we're not friends anymore. I don't hate you. I wish you the best. I don't hate you. I know you have a big heart. I know you're a good man, but you fucked me over. Sorry, brother. It was a good friendship while it lasted.
Oisin, I was going to say the last thing is that I will keep your name politely out of my mouth, and I would appreciate it if you do the same for me, especially when it comes to saying things that aren't true. Okay, is that fair?
Excuse me, you can't tell me what I can say and not say, and you can't tell me what's true and what's not true.
I'm asking you not to tell lies.
You can't tell me what's true and what's not true, and don't try to play it off as some sort of brotherly, agreement, handshake. Excuse me, if you get up to some crazy stuff or you defend some asshole, I will call you out on it. The watch community will call you out on it, and we're going to do it. So you can't muzzle anybody.
Not after muzzling you, Shane. I'm asking you not to lie. There's a difference.
Lying is. I'm not going to lie about anyone. I'll tell the truth about it. And if you think it's not true, then you can.
The truth I can live with. Lies.
Well, the truth is, you went on today. You made an episode about a guy who's been ripping people off, and you never mentioned his name, but you meant
I was saving
his name 100 times.
That video was about you. Tonight's video was about him. So two different videos, two different subjects. I can only fit so many topics into a 3-minute video, Oisin, right? So earliest was that, tonight's that. I wish you well, mate. Okay, see you later.
I wish you well.
Bye-bye. Nico, where are you? Come on. You said you wanted to come on. You got nearly 900 people in the room, and I'm staying up late for you. Hold on a minute. Right, Nico. Oh, he wants a link. That would help, wouldn't it? Right, Nico, I will send you a link. Bear with me. Sorry, mate. I didn't realise you didn't. You must have had a link. You was on earlier. Let me find the link. Yeah, I'm trying, Nico. I did send it to you earlier. How did you get? Hold on a minute. Right, Nico, the link is going in the, it's going in now. There you go. Link is in the chat, Nico. So please come on whenever you can. So we're now waiting for Nico to come on. Right, 830 people. God blimey, ain't you lot got work in the morning? Let's have a look. Has that picture gone a bit blurry? What's going on? Nico, have you been waiting up all this time to get your say on the channel?
Yes.
Sorry to keep you so long, but that
for a couple of hours. But
Nico, I'm just going to ask you something. I need to ask you a question. But it's a personal one.
Of course.
But I need, this really, really is important. I don't think you understand how important this is. I've sent it to you. Just say yes or no.
No, I don't think it's relevant, Paul, in any way, shape, or form. It's
Nico,
not something that
Nico, I'll accept your word, but my friendly advice to you was it really, really does matter.
No, I'm
going to respect your opinion, because for me, it explains a hell of a lot.
Listen, I can speak about it myself, but I don't want to use
Please
ADHD
do.
for the reason why I am who I am. That's not who I am. You want to talk about that? That's completely fine. I don't want to use it as excuses.
Because Nico, the reason I wanted to mention it, thank you for saying that. But the reason I wanted to mention it is I don't think you're giving yourself enough space when you don't give it any importance. Because I have someone very close to me that has the same condition, and trust me when I tell you, I understand it.
Listen, it's not. I've dealt with it from a very young age, and whatever it is, it gave me everything I have today, and it's sometimes a downfall. It's not a reason. I'm very grateful for that, but that's completely irrelevant. So
okay. Well, I think it's big of you to say that it's irrelevant. In my opinion, it does explain some things, and it certainly explains why
it explains passion. It explains passion. It explains a feeling of justice. It explains that stuff. But you know what? That's not bad, right? But the reason why I waited and wanted to come on is completely different from that, right? I mean, I'm just hearing that someone owed money all of a sudden, and I'm staying in the background. I've stayed away from everyone for months. I didn't join any live stream. And all of a sudden, my name again is being dragged into the dirt for absolutely nothing. And that stuff I'm kind of a bit done with, right? I can understand that people want certain dramas or whatever. And you know what? In the beginning, when I was watching the stream, it was quite entertaining. But one thing isn't entertaining, which is that people lose their money and lost their money. How my name getting conflicted with that, it just blows my mind, right? Stefano, and let me say it very, very, very clear. Stefano is an absolute crook for owing people money, right? I don't know Stefano that well, right? But all I know is that one time I checked with Roman about Stefano, and Roman says that's a no-go because he owes us a lot of money. Fact. Right?
Is that recently?
I don't
Is that
know
recently, Nico?
No, it's a couple of months ago. It's probably in August.
Well, that's recent, isn't it? Yeah.
All right. So anyway, and I will fight as hard as I fought for the people that were owed the Seacoast that Oisin didn't send for 2 years. Luckily, very very fortunate that was over, and I will fight as hard as I fought for the money that was owed to me. Right, and luckily a good chunk of that money is paid, right? But you've been an absolute legend in that because you've been the reason, together with Spencer, to make that happen, right? And I'm very grateful for that. And what you've said today has only been based on the truth. Everything you've said today was the truth, and everything you've said about me is also the truth. So I'm very grateful for
Thank
that,
you.
right? On the other hand, I'm standing there and sitting, and it's like, no one that will watch that stream will ever buy a watch of me and my business. I have not done anything wrong other than fighting for what I believe. And I work my ass off every single day to support my business, to support the people that work in my business, and to add value in the watch world, right? That is like the watch world is merely a fight for someone's wrist, right? That's what the watch world is, right?
Yeah.
And what my task is, and what I feel that I think I can add value with, is fighting for creating more wrists, right? Creating more, making more people more enthusiastic about that. Now, that's listen. These live streams are not really creating any watch enthusiasts, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It creates drama, and I don't like that drama stuff, and I intend to stay away from that for every single time. I know I've been involved with a lot of live streams in the past, but after I realized that there was a lot of drama, I tried to stay away from it. And I'm now sitting here in a hotel room because it's our first family holiday with my wee baby that's 3.5 months old, right? I mean, I rather lie in bed than watching this
Of
stuff.
course, yeah.
I'm insecure. I feel an insecurity. I feel a need that I need to come on, and I don't want to feel that need. I just don't want to be involved in any way, shape, or form. I don't want my name to be dragged anywhere. I've I've done nothing wrong. I fought for what was right at the time. And the way I fought it, Paul, you were absolutely right. That wasn't the nicest thing. And it wasn't nice at all. And if I would have the cards now, that if I would now know what I would have done things completely different. And for that, 100%. But Oisin is about one thing completely right, is that people are protecting each other and dealers, not dealers sincerely, right? Because I would have Roman's back and I would have your back. Not because I like you or whatever. It's because you guys do the right fucking thing, right? And that's another thing. To give you an idea, right? Remember when I reached out to you when Phillips done the biggest fraud in our industry, right? This is the biggest fraud in our industry. This is just a couple of months ago, and no one, absolutely no one, talked about it, wanted to talk about it or whatever.
Yeah.
And I have messages from me to dealers wanting to get them to talk about it. But they all said no because they all have something to protect with this relationship with Philips. Keep in mind, that's the biggest scam in the watch world today. And Roman, when I confronted Roman with that, or when I asked Roman, sorry, that was my battery. Roman was the first one who said, yes, okay, relationships of mine will be damaged because of it. But yes, you as well said, yes, we'll do this, right? And honestly, that is the biggest scam, and people are not talking about it. So, indeed, um, Ocean is right that people are keeping each other. But like,
Nico,
I mean,
can
if you
I ask
fuck
you,
up,
can
you
I ask
fuck
you a
up.
couple of questions while I've got you? Can I ask you a
Yeah,
couple
of
of
course.
questions? Because like I've got to be fair to everyone tonight, and I'm trying to be really as fair as I can. Given you've already really answered it in some respects, but given the benefit of hindsight and what you know now, would you have handled the Oisin thing differently? Do you think that
Yes,
you got some of that wrong? You think you got some of that wrong?
Absolutely, right, 100%. And I would apologize, and I have apologized for that, as you know, as you've seen, right? But listen, I am the one that wants to talk. I want to like, keep in mind, right? But let's turn this around. This guy owed me a lot of money, and okay, the way I went about, that's the reason why no one is ever really owing me money, because I kind of not the right guy to owe money to, if you know what I mean. And that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, right? And I fight this for other people as well. But yes, 100%, I would do things completely different. I have learned so much from that from that situation. It's been a lesson that's still haunting me in some weird way, which I don't want. But honestly, I would
Here's
have
a funny
fought
thing, Nico. Here's a funny thing. Here's a really funny thing. And this is what I was trying to get over to Oisin earlier on, and why I wanted to mention the thing that I asked you about, because for me, it explains so much. And I'll tell you why, Nico, because I'll be honest with you. When I first met you, I wasn't overly keen on you. I couldn't handle you. You know, you was a bit too much of a live wire for me. And I thought, who is this guy? But then I learned more about you, and I learned about. Here's the thing: Oisin mentioned you ringing him at like silly hours in the morning or whatever.
Oh yeah, I did.
Right?
I did.
But
I did.
but
I was
Nico,
raging, mate.
You've done it to me as well, right? I'll tell you something, people watching this now, right? This is Nico. Nico would like FaceTime me at like 11:30 at night. And I'm thinking, who FaceTimes someone at 11:30 at night, right? And I thought you was a bit doolally. I'm thinking, this bloke's not right in the head, right? There's something wrong with this guy. And then I get to know you a little bit more. And what I actually find is someone who I have someone very close to me with the same, can I use the word condition or issue? Which word would you prefer to use?
Whatever.
Symptom, right? I have someone
superpower.
Yeah, I have someone very close to me that is someone a lot younger, actually, a lot younger than well, they're a teenager, to be fair, right? And they have a similar condition, and they are the loveliest person you could wish to meet. They have the biggest heart, and they're lovely. They have not a bare bone in their body, but you know what? They do some weird things, and they deal with things totally inappropriately. And it's just, this is Nico, right? This is Nico. And then I understood you. And when I understood you, then I understood, you know, and this is why I wanted to mention it, because I think Oisin, to some degree, may hopefully understand a little bit more that his actions weren't great. Your actions weren't always great.
I appreciate that.
But there are sometimes reasons. And I've always said...
I appreciate that, but it's not my...
No, and it's big of you not to use it as an excuse.
I appreciate what you're saying.
And I just...
But
mate,
listen,
you know
I'm not
what?
here.
I would... Go on, I would love to see... Ultimately, I just want to see peace between everyone.
Oh,
that's what I'd like.
Mate, I don't want hassle. I don't want hassle. I just want to create. I want to create fun, interesting content. First of all, I want to grow my business and add value, and I want to sell more watches than I've done the previous month, and I just want to have fun, mate. This is my life. This is all I want, right?
Yeah.
And yes, in this situation, I've not dealt completely correct in any way, shape, or form, but on the other hand, I fight for what I believe, and what I believe in was fact. Someone owed me money and said he wasn't going to pay me, and I freaked out and wasn't in control of that situation. You learn a lot from that. That will not happen to me again. And I'm the guy that calls you at 11:30 because I'm still working at 11:30 because this is my life. This is not, I call it work, but I haven't worked in 7 years ever since I started my business. But yeah, it's a lot to learn from it.
Oisin thinks...
I would see him eye to eye, no.
God, sorry, mate. Oisin tends to think that I never, ever told you that I sided with you 100% and never told you any of the wrongs that I felt. I did at times say to you about the doxing and that, right?
First of all, you never said to me that you would back me 100%, because that wasn't the case, because indeed the doxing was a thing. But doxing wasn't publicly; it was in a WhatsApp group at dealers, and it was one WhatsApp group. What for me is a bit painful to watch is see someone going down and talking about that he needs to have other people to back up a story, right? Funny enough, these other people, one I don't know. Jasper is one of my close friends. Don't know what Jasper has to say, but he's one of my close friends. I don't just do this man to man. If you want a story, you want a story. Fair enough. If you want drama, you want drama. I don't want to be in drama. You've been an absolute gentleman, and I appreciate that very much. Someone owed me money, and I fought till teeth and nail, for however you call that, to get that money back. I didn't use the right manners, and I wasn't a gentleman. Or I've learned a lot from that situation, and for some of the things I definitely need to apologize, which I've done, and I will apologize again. But when someone tells you that they won't pay you, then it's lights out. Then it's lights out.
As I said to Oisin, that was the breaking point for me. Yeah. Sorry, did you get that, Nico?
But listen, let's not talk. Yeah, I got that. But let's not talk about these details, right?
Yeah.
I done what every other watch dealer done when they don't pay, and we shared it in a group with in total 12 of the biggest watch dealers and the most important watch dealers, and they share details. It's called the admin group, right? And we share those details with each other because to make sure that there's not more victims happening.
Yeah.
And I've done that, right? Hindsight, I wish I'd done that differently. Honestly, I don't want to speak or hear. I hear this stuff, right? And I think about this genuinely, Paul. First of all, it's a form of insecurity, right? Whatever that an opinion of someone else needs to worry me, right? That I'm actually worried about someone else's opinion. That's a form of insecurity. That's something I would love to learn how to deal with a bit better.
Yeah.
But the most important thing in this is that I hear things what I would love to have legal advice to, right? Because, like I said, I will not never sell a watch in that group. Fact, there's other reputation damage for things that are absolutely incorrect saying, right? Things that are said. I would love to have legal advice on that, and if someone watches this and that knows stuff about legal, please reach out to me because I would love to dissect that stream. And the things that are being said are not pretty, mate. And that's actually harming, and it's actually based on not facts. And for me, that is insane. And that's not stuff I like, right? You know what I mean, right? Criminal. What kind of criminal stuff have I done? After 2.5 years being a public figure, after more than a year being one of the biggest people in our industry, there's still no skeletons out there because there's none. And you can dig and try and whatever as much as you want. You won't find them because they're non-existing, right? And if you come out with these things, you need to back them.
Well,
right?
that look,
Jasper
Nico, I
and
don't
I
want to
fell
see
out for a bit.
Okay, I mean, I don't know this, Jasper. I certainly don't want to see her and be accused of
It's fine. It's fine.
being your yes man.
But
What I would say to you is this: is that you're actually right about that. Is that like I said to Oisin earlier, I've never ever had a complaint about you, ever, from anyone. I've had a few people tell me you're a pain in the arse, but I've never had any complaints about you. So I can only speak as I find.
Listen, you know how much business Spencer and I have done, right?
Of course, yeah. I know how much business you've done with a lot of dealers.
Like the amount of business that we've do. And fair enough. And I'm not here to protect my reputation because I've given up on the fact that we will sell a watch to any of the people that watch this shift. It's fine, right? I've given it up a very long time ago, and I don't feel the need to defend myself because I've done nothing wrong, right? But I am interested in a legal point of view from like what is actually being said here and what. Because it actually potentially could be a damage in reputation, damage in a company. I'm very curious because I'm not really into that legal stuff, etc. I don't want to make a big deal out of it either, but it's just like whatever, right? I can't be arsed with negativity anymore. I just want to fucking talk about my favorite subject.
I tried to sort of warn Oisin about that earlier on. People must realise that everyone I'm talking about now, what they say on these streams is not, free speech sometimes comes at a cost, right? So, people need, if they're going to say things, they need to be able to back it up if push comes to shove from the legal system. So, I don't want to see anyone get into any bother. I don't want to see anyone get into any trouble. Nico, I'm absolutely knackered, mate. It's nearly 1 o'clock. Is there anything else you wanted to add before we close up?
The only thing I like to add is don't include me in any drama, right? Just don't, right? Stefano's a fucking ballbag for not paying, for owing people money, and he should be. And I will fight the corner. I would love to get in touch with the people who we owe money to, and they can expect a fucking someone that will have their corner, someone will have their back, right?
Yeah.
But I don't want to be involved publicly in any drama. I just want to make
Nico, I've been
fun
trying
content,
to
but people
stay out of
enjoy.
it.
Some people don't.
Yeah, I've been trying to stay out of it for a very long time. Stuart, just so that you know, I've just seen your message. I'm not ignoring anything. I've actually ignored all of the messages because I think the guests, I can't deal with the level of guests that I've had tonight and read. We've now had over 4,000 messages tonight. I cannot read them, take them in and deal with my viewers. So I apologise to anyone whose comments I've missed or not read out. I will try and catch up with them tomorrow, but 4,000 was going to take me all day. Nico, I'll say the same to you as I said to Shane. Thanks for coming on. I really appreciate it. Let's try and, get into a more positive frame of mind for the rest of the year. We've got all sorts of good stuff to look forward to. I wish everyone well, and thank you everyone tonight for tuning in. If you haven't already, please hit that thumbs up. Go on, mate. Was you going to say something?
Can I say one thing?
Yeah, sure.
I just wanted to say appreciate what you're doing, and listen. And I know Oisin is watching, so that's all positive. I said, Oisin, if you ever want to talk properly, without cameras or anything, and we can put our differences to bed, I'm always open for it. As you know, I've always been that, and I'll still be that. I don't close any doors, that's us. For me, it's dumb. I just want to fucking do what I love. That's all.
Yeah, that would be my advice to both of you, to ultimately shake hands. I'll tell you what we should do. You know what we should do? We want to raise $1 million, right? What we should do is we'll have a free 1 minute round. I'll be the referee. That would be bigger than Jake Paul and Tommy Fury, mate.
No, mate. I'm getting more in YouTube game and more into YouTube boxing. Tried to stay away from fucking drama, but boxing is coming, but not with someone in the watch community.
All right, mate. Listen, you have a good time. Look after the family, and thanks for coming on. All right. Take it easy, Nico.
Cheers, lad.
See you later, mate. Bye-bye. Right, guys. Just before I close up, I know there's a lot of people have been WhatsApping me tonight. There's probably about 80 WhatsApps there that I will eventually have to try and catch up with. But right now, I am just going to get myself off the bed. Thanks for coming in tonight. Thanks for watching. Told you it's going to be a big one, didn't I? Take care, everyone. We'll see you soon. I'm going to play the outro. Thanks a lot.
Are you looking to sell your luxury watch, but want a smooth and easy transaction? With well over a decade's worth of experience, here at AJ Chrono, we're highly respected and internationally recognized within the industry. Selling your watch couldn't be easier. Simply fill out the details of your watch on our website and receive an immediate valuation. With our secure and insured collection service, we make the whole process safe and simple from start to finish. You can of course also come and drop the